everybody, and welcome to Shelsley Walsh. Whether you're here in person, and thanks for coming, or whether you're watching this on screen, wherever you are, welcome to Shelsley Walsh, which is, as we all know, the world's oldest motorsport track that's been in continuous use ever since it started, and it started in 1905. So we're at a very historic and very beautiful place. Shelsley Walsh is located in the middle of England, near the city of Worcester. Lovely place, beautiful countryside to visit, and lovely towns around. So if you're listening to this in some other part of the world and you're planning to come to the UK for a holiday, please do come and visit Shelsley Walsh. This weekend we have our Autumn Speed finale, the final competitive event of this crazy year, when Shelsley has managed to cram in, I think, 3 competitive meetings in just a few weeks, which I suppose is much better than nothing, and we've been blessed at all of them by perfect weather. And as you can see on your screen or look at the sky, it's perfect today. It's warm enough, there's a bit of a breeze, but hardly a cloud in the sky, so we'll probably be in for some very fast hill climbing. Shelsley Walsh as a hill is 1,000 yards long, and the current record stands at 22.58 seconds. And a couple of weekends ago we had a fantastic meeting here at which that record was threatened on 2 or 3 occasions, and it's possible that it'll be threatened again this afternoon. If you don't know Shelsley, maybe your first time here or looking on screen, let's have a look at the hill itself and the layout. We're looking at the finish at the moment. Now the start, and the start line down there, there's a pre-start line which allows cars to spin their driven wheels, clean the tires, get them a bit warm, and you can see a little camera, a little speed trap, 64 feet from the start. I'll explain later what the significance is of that. And the cars rush into our first left-hander, which is called Kennel. There it is. And it's called Kennels because the hunt, the fox hunt, used to keep their dogs, their hounds, in the kennels there. And believe it or not, the quickest cars are reaching just about 100 miles an hour before they get to the left-hander at Kennel. Then it's a very fast, swervy acceleration up towards this left-hand curve called crossing, and called crossing because the spectators in the early days used to be able to cross there and go up the left-hand side of the hill. We can't do that anymore. And crossing really is grit your teeth and go, because it's a very fast left-hand bend, and to go through it without lifting your foot off the throttle takes a degree of courage. And then it's really flat out. Further up the hill, there's a left-hand kink you can see at the top of the screen, and then you're into the speed trap before bottom S. And at bottom S, speeds have reached, well, I think the fastest run through that speed trap on the way into the bottom S is 136 miles an hour, which is very quick indeed. It's a steep and it's a narrow lane up the hill, but we do record some incredibly fast times up here. Into bottom S, in the middle of the screen you can see the left-hander into bottom S with, you can't see them very clearly, but the sort of shark's teeth red and white runoff area on the inside, and then a burst of acceleration to top S. We sometimes talk about the drain cover. There's a water drain just in the middle of the screen, and some people decide to go over the drain cover and some people don't. So when we talk drain cover, that's what we are talking about. And then it's a straight run up to the finish, which is really all about power. If you've got plenty of power, almost irrespective of the weight of the car, relatively speaking, you can get a very high speed up and over the finishing line, which is on the screen now. Well over 100 miles an hour, and then it's heavy braking into the top paddock, where you can have a great gossip with your fellow competitors discussing your run. Some people worry that with these very high speeds over the line that you won't be able to stop in time, but there is in fact a sand trap. If you find you've got trouble with your brakes or the car isn't slowing down enough, there's a sand trap that will stop you before you head into the hedge the other side. So that's what Shelsley looks like. It's a test of skill, precision and courage. Hill climbing is a really interesting sport compared with circuit racing because you're against the clock. You can't blame anybody else if things go wrong, and if you miss an apex somewhere and you lose 100th of a second, there's no way of getting it back. Although different really from circuit racing, because if you miss a corner or have a bit of opposite lock excitement on a corner and lose a couple of cars' lengths, you can usually catch it up again. Our first runner is due to head for the start line, and it is Andrew Till in a Ford Fiesta ST line. Now, ST line means it isn't the 2-litre ST, it's a 1-litre 3-cylinder turbo, so it's not the most sporting of Ford Fiestas, but and it's in pretty standard trim, but for a 1-litre 3-cylinder turbo, it goes nicely. He's into and through Kennel, heading towards crossing. And through what we sometimes call the kink, now through the speed trap and into S. His speed through the speed trap was 69 miles an hour, squealy tyres. It's nice and warm, so there's plenty of grip today, and then up to the finish. And we record a finish speed, so Chris crosses the finishing line at a speed of 68, rather similar to his speed into bottom S. He's followed by John McQuillan in this Mini Cooper 1275, so it hasn't been bored out from the standard 1275. It looks a pretty standard Mini Cooper S trim, 50 miles an hour into bottom S. And we have on the screen what we call the S sector. That's the time through the S's, and if you're below 8 seconds there, it's a very fast run. John McQuillan crosses the line, records a 48.72 and a speed of 54, and he's followed by Ian Hunt in another Mini Cooper. Slightly oversized engine, 1293, and a degree faster through the S's, approached at 65, 10.98 through the S sector, and now heading for the finish. And he's followed by Chris Buffton on a Citroen Saxo, ideal way of starting hill climbing. (1600cc). It's a fairly standard car, and Chris, I think, is in his second year of hill climbing here at Shelsley. Time for him, 43.22, and he's followed by Charlie Delahunty. Charlie is a lady, just probably Charlotte, but she's called Charlie, and she's sharing this car with her partner, Andy Johnson, who you'll see in the next batch, in an absolutely standard Mazda MX-5. Records a 41.04 and a speed of 69, which is good for a standard MX-5. I beg Charlie's pardon, that's her in the blue car. It was Seb Cartwright before. Now here's Charlie going through the S's and a slight spin out of top S. Pretty harmless, I think. Just nudged the bank, and so there'll be a small pause while she is brought down the hill, or maybe parked in the runoff at bottom S. There was a certain squealy tires. She was really trying and unfortunately not succeeding, but the car looks completely undamaged, so her partner, Andy Johnson, should get a run in this car. A word about our marshals. Great to see our marshals all in action. Without marshals in their orange suits, we couldn't run an event at all. and they do a great job. And they're always looking for people to join the gang of marshals. They provide very efficient training, as you would imagine. So if you want to get close to the action, being a marshal is a very good way of doing it. On the line, we've got David West in a Peugeot 106 GTI. Again, rather like the Citroën Saxo, a great starter car for hill climbing. Not sure what's happened to James Evans in the Subaru. Oh yeah, he will have got turned round and probably has come back down the hill to have a restart. So we leap ahead. We will be leaping ahead to number 21. Yep, is that the Subaru coming back down the hill? Yes, it is. So he'll come down the hill, he'll turn right at what we call the triangle and back into the paddock without going over the start line. And just past where the Subaru has disappeared is the lovely courthouse, a lovely, I think it's a Queen Anne period house that's always been here. It's now a very exclusive B&B. So if you want to visit the Shelsley area, that's a great place to stay. You know, Charlie's Mazda looks absolutely undamaged. That's the good news. And if you stay at the courthouse, you can in fact borrow a Morgan for a day or a few hours and have a traditional sports car run round the lanes of Worcestershire in a very nice Morgan. So we'll be in action very soon. I think there wasn't a great deal of sweeping to do at the exit to the S's. Just a little bit of it's not fair on following competitors if there's gravel or mud on the track. So thanks guys, and within a minute or so we'll have our red flags in and be underway again. And it'll be David West in his Peugeot 106 GTI. He's been waiting a rather long time on the start line, but with a with a saloon car, it's not that crucial to get the tyres really nice and hot before the start. I promised to tell you what the first 64-foot timing beam is all about. Most people watching will know, but a time of 2 seconds exactly from the start to 64 feet equates to 1 force of gravity, 1 g of acceleration. So it's something we always measure, and I think the quickest ever has been 1.58, which is massive acceleration. It's not dragster sort of acceleration, but it's pretty quick. Flags are in, so David will be in action very soon. Here we go. Bit of front wheel spin and 3.02 for the first 64 feet. Goes into kennel without a lift at all, and the same at crossing. Pedal to the metal. Building up the speed into the trap at the S's. 83 into the bottom S is very quick for a car in this class. This is a good exuberant run, a little brush of the left-hand side of the bank out of bottom S, but no harm done, and a speed of 84 over the line for a 35.76. That's a really good time. Anime Furness in another similar car, Peugeot 106 GTI, rather similar to this Citroën Saxo, comes from the same stable, and a nice speed into bottom S of 80 miles an hour. So will this match David West's time? 36.82 for Anime Furness. She's followed by the Subaru Impreza that had to come back down the hill. That's James Evans. Off the line in 2.87. Of course, four-wheel drive, flat four, turbocharged engine. They're quick cars. And approaching the S, safely through the S's, heading for the finishing line, and is followed by Philip Stader's little Abarth 595, the souped-up version of the Fiat Cinquecento. James's time 41.25 in the Impreza. Here's Philip, who's got a nice collection of cars. You might have seen him on the screen a couple of weeks ago from the other hill climb in his green Alfa Romeo. And the last runner in this class, Class A2, which is for series production cars up to 2 litres, is Paul Howard in the MGF. Philip Stader in the Fiat crosses the line in 39.78. Here's the MGF, not the TF, so this is the one with the hydroelastic rubber and water suspension. The later ones, the TF, had more conventional steel springs. But Paul heads for the finish with a time of 42 seconds exactly, and up comes Will Goff in this lovely Ford Sierra Cosworth with its great big whale tail, very powerful 2-litre Cosworth turbocharged engine. And they're very popular in Japan. The prices asked for a Cosworth Sierra in Japan is just mind-blowing. So this is Will, speed of 64 into the bottom S. He's followed by the first of our Porsches. This Ross McDonald in the 3-litre SCRS, which lots of those letters, and 3.3 means it's a pretty hot Porsche. Will has finished with a 42.41. And out of the S's comes Ross McDonald, and he's followed by this immensely quick Subaru Impreza of Justin Andrews. I was chatting to him earlier. It's very little modified, but 2.17 off the start indicates lots of traction and lots of power. He's into bottom S at 88, which is good. Graham Godfrey on his way in the first of our Audi TTs, Justin 33.03. Here's Graham Godfrey in the Audi TT, and on the line this lovely Alfa Romeo 4C of Rodney Isles. And Rodney, 3 times British sprint champion. He was more of a specialist in sprinting than hill climbing. But this beautiful Alfa Romeo 4C, carbon fiber, and 4C's got a rather dodgy reputation for handling as standard, and it was discovered that all you needed to do was change the toe-in at the front, and it sorted it all out. Why Alfa themselves couldn't do it, I don't know. His time, 33.72. Followed by John Fordy in another Porsche. .2-litre Carrera, making that lovely flat 6 growl from the back, and heads for the finish. 39.04. Now, Rod Fisher's Boxster, 3.4-litre mid-engine, the lovely Boxster, huge sales success. Let's see how Rod takes a nice line through crossing, and 73 miles an hour into bottom S. He's followed by Simon Tarling in a much hotter Porsche, the 996 GT3, 3.6-litre flat 6, masses of power, masses of speed. The Boxster's over the line, Rod 37.5, finishing speed 82, and he'll be closely followed by Simon into bottom S, 85 miles an hour. On the line, Robert Lancaster-Gay, long-time hill climber, in another GT3. Simon heads for the finish, 35.9. Robert, I think, probably will be in the low 30s. Lots of experience. He's hill climbed with all sorts of different cars. And he's had this GT3 for a number of years. 83 S approach. And Phil James follows in the Cayman S. Again, 3.4, rather like the Boxster, similar engine, of course. Alex Gilchrist-Jones follows in a very hot Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. Time for Phil James, 36.11. Didn't get a finishing speed for him, but this fearsome Mitsubishi Lancia making all the right rally noises, popping and banging. And Richard Etheridge in a equally hot, well, not quite so hot, in fact a virtually standard Impreza, but again 2.09 off the start. '81 into bottom S. We're not getting a tire. Yeah, 10.36 for the S sector is pretty good. So finishing speed is 82, time 35.17. Alex Bones, who's done a great deal of work developing this Audi S3. It's not the hatchback, it's the one with the boot. It's a lovely car, and he tells me it's the best combination of a competition car and a road car, because it makes quite a good cruiser as well. It's very quick, 33.13, 100 miles an hour over the line. That indicates plenty of power. One car only in Class B2, that's Mike West in the Westfield, which I believe has a Vauxhall 2-litre engine. And he's followed by Stuart Rothwell in this very hot Peugeot 205. Mike West, time 37.36. Stuart Rothwell might well do a similar time. We've had an Evo 9, we've now got an Evo 5 coming to the line. We'll see it in a minute, but let's just watch Stuart Rothwell out of S's and towards the finish. See what time he does. It's quick, it's a 34.19. Now, next is Jim Herbert in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5, of the earlier version. Four-wheel drive, massive turbocharged power. Let's see what the 64-foot time is. 2.02. That's just about one force of gravity, 1 G of acceleration. Very quick indeed. Not a trace of a lift through crossing or at the kink, and a speed of 80 into bottom S. Heavy braking, heavy acceleration between the S's, and a nice line, middle of the road out of top S. Bit of smoke, but that's okay, and heads for the finishing line. 32.4, 101, quickest so far today. On the hill, this lovely Aston Martin Vantage GT4 in the hands of Andrew Fraser. This is a refugee from circuit racing, from GT4 circuit racing. ProDrive made a number of these for Aston Martin for GT4 racing. All left-hand drive, all with semi-automatic gearboxes, and makes a great, well, a big car for hill climbing, but it's quick. It's a 33.87. Helen Evans is sharing with Andy Norris the Porsche 911 Carrera. So she gets into this batch, he'll be in the next batch. Safely through the S's, no dramas at all. And heads for the finishing line. 95, that's pretty quick, 38.11. And Noor Ali in a modified Mazda MX-5. 65 into bottom S. And our last runner in this batch, and then those cars will come down the hill, is Sam Thompson in the Ginetta G20 Coupe. See him disappearing round Kennel. Meanwhile, Noor Ali, 41.24. Now we have got one more runner in this batch. It's Steve Jackman in the MGF. He missed out running in sequence. Pretty little Ginetta G20 Coupe heads for the finish in the hands of Sam Thompson. Finishes his run in a 42.68. Much modified MGF of Steve Jackman. They were nice, neat little cars, the MGF. You can pick them up now for peanuts and have a lot of fun. He records a 38.13. Clark of the course has gone up the hill, so those cars will come down. And we'll be ready pretty soon for batch 2. I shall go off air just for a couple of minutes. Back soon.
You've never seen anything like it. Back into the road coming out of town. Round the Cadillac Paddock. Got the car driving. Absolutely wonderful. And Junior's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124. And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Shelsley.
Okay, as you can see, cars coming down, followed by Clark. Of course, we had some nice messages, including our first message from Australia. Philip Malcolm, good evening from Sydney, Australia. All the best to all competitors today. Thanks, Philip. and Ian Holmes. Good morning, Ian. Looking forward to watching again here on the prairies of Minnesota. Isn't that good? Message from Matt Tenpenny. Good afternoon. Can you give a big good luck to Alex Bones in the Audi S3? Well, he's just been up the hill. His mechanic John Mills is at Shelsley for the first time, so I hope they do well and enjoy their day. I'm sure they will. We're ready for our next batch. Flags are coming in slightly prematurely because according to the screen we've still got clerk of the course coming down the hill. But I'm pretty sure our start line marshals won't release our next runner until he's safely back in the farmyard. Here he comes. So we're not going to have a dramatic collision between a competitor and our clerk of the course. On the line, George Nurek in the Westfield. 1700cc pushrod engine. George has been competing for a long time in this and other cars. 2.68, 64 feet. Looked like a slight lock up of the wheel into kennel. A little puff of smoke I thought I saw, but I may have been wrong. Anyway, safely through the kink and into bottom S. Nice and quick, 78. George knows his way up this hill like the back of his hand. We see the Westfield, now we see a Caterham. This is Anthony Earl with the 1.8 litre Road Sport Caterham. .8 could indicate K-Series Rover engine. Nice light engine. Time for George Nurek, I think I gave you 36.37. Here's Anthony Earl heading for the finish. Meanwhile, another Caterham, 1800cc in the hands of Chris Bennett on his way. Yes, again, both these cars have got the K-Series Rover engine, which appeared in the Metro and then in the Elise, amongst lots of other cars. We have a time coming up for Chris Bennett. Anthony Earl's time was a 34.8. Chris Bennett heads for the finishing line, 34.21. So this is a real Caterham-Westfield battle. On the screen, Oliver Wright in his Westfield SEW. W standing for wide. The original Westfields had fairly narrow chassis, and then they were made a bit wider. 2 litre Vauxhall engine, plenty of power, 230, 240 horsepower or so. And a time of 34.37. It's all pretty close. Stephen Baxter's in the Peugeot 205. Voted by many people the best hot hatchback of all. This is the 1900cc version. .88, good quick run. Victoria Hunt follows in the 1293cc Mini Cooper S. Cogs winding away in the gearbox in traditional Mini style. It was revolutionary when the Mini first came out, sharing the same oil in the engine and the gearbox, which lots of people didn't think was possible, but Alec Isigonis, who designed the Mini, proved very much that it was. Victoria Hunt over the finishing line, time of 40.22, speed 69. Here's Andy Johnson, who's sharing the MX-5 with Charlie, who had a slight pirouette at top S, but absolutely no damage. And Andy and Charlie became grandparents just last week, so congratulations to them. Must be the youngest grandparents here today. James Herbert in the Evo 5. Andy Johnson's finished with a 46.58. James Herbert kicks off series production cars over 2 litres, 42 in the 2.3 turbo Evo for a time at 32.45. He's followed by Dave Moore in the Mark II Escort Group 4 car, 2.2 litres. The Mark I, Mark II Escorts were such successful rally cars. And we've got the Aston Martin back on the line. Let's just follow the Escort through the S's. A slight out of balance on the way out of top S as the power goes down, but no harm done at 37.92. Back on the line is this lovely Aston Martin Vantage GT4, this time in the hands of Tim Painter. We saw it, Andrew Fraser driving it in the last batch, makes a lovely 4.3 V8 growl off the line, took a wide line into Kennel, kicking up a little bit of dust, but no harm done. Middle of the road at crossing. Listen to that Aston Martin sound. It's a rapid car, but it's a big car to weave up Shelsley. Left-hand drive is no handicap in hill climbing. It might be a slight handicap on a clockwise race circuit, but not on a hill climb. And Tim's time 34.51. Now an unusual sight. We don't see many of these anymore. Vauxhall Chevette, particularly the HSR with a 2.6 litre engine. This one in the hands of Gary Morgan. Do you remember Big Bertha and Baby Bertha? Fabulous Chevettes. I'm stuck at 74.41, but actually achieved a 31.91. I'm stuck at 74.41, but actually achieved a 31 in the Ginetta, 81 into bottom S, and heads for the finishing line and records a time of 35.85. Speed of 84. We're back in action on the screen. Mazda MX-5. Emma Ali, we saw Noor just now in this car. 1600cc early MX-5. The world's best-selling sports car ever. Which in a way is a compliment to Colin Chapman of Lotus, because the MX-5 was inspired by the fabulous little Lotus Elan. Emma is into bottom S at 53. She hasn't competed very frequently at Shelsley, so gradually improving her speeds and her time. And a lovely roar off the line. Emma's 46.96 from Steve Small in the TR7 V8. 4.6 litres. That's the Rover V8 that started life with 3.5 litres. Gradually can be brought out to, I think, about 5.7 before the daylight is visible through the cylinder walls. In the States, they were called a TR8. They never were in this country. TR7 V8 and made a very effective rally car, particularly in the hands of someone like Tony Pond. Time for Steve Small was a 33.65 and 100 miles an hour over the line. Here's Phil Ludbrook in a nice Honda S2000 with the variable valve gear enabling it to rev to getting on for 9,000 RPM. Makes a very good competition car. On the road they're fun, but you do have to keep stirring the gearbox. The power doesn't really come in any big style until about 4,500 revs. 37.52. Guess what? Another MX-5. This time in the hands of Ralph Kolmar. This is a slightly younger one with the 1800cc engine. Have we got a time for Phil Ludbrook? We have. It's a 37.52. 37.52. We're watching Ralph in the MX-5, and he's heads for the finish line. Really nice, pretty little car following. We'll see it in a minute or two. But time for Ralph, 46.69. This is a lovely little Ginetta G20 Coupe. We often see the G20 topless, as it were, but this has got the hard top, and it does make a very pretty car. We'll keep an eye on Tom's time in the Ginetta. He's heading for the finish. Meanwhile, a nice GT6 Triumph 2000 in the hands of Alan Voice on his way. Time for Tom Thompson in the Ginetta, 41.83. Now, does that mean this is the end of a batch? Yes, it does. So, again, little pause while those cars come down the hill. Let's just follow this GT6. It's going very slowly for some reason. I hope it's mechanically okay, but it could be that Alan is just learning his way up Shelsley and sensibly not overcooking it, as long as he doesn't get caught by the clerk of the course. That's Campbell Dees, I think. 55.8 for Alan. We've had some nice messages from Austria, from Alan Zoller. Grüß Gott, Arnold. Grüß aus Österreich. I see the race is going on. Yes, it is. What's up? Hi, guys. So a nice series of messages from Arnold. I don't know which part of Austria, but if he's listening to this, he might post again and we'll find out. Now Gibbons tells us hopefully going to be there next year with Dudley College. Yeah, well, I hope you do. Trying to get a Mini Cooper S ready, but if not, we'll be there in our old Renault Clio. Well, I hope so, Niall. That'll be good. Andy Lawrence, wish I were there. Busy testing kit for Wiscombe next weekend. Well, Wiscombe's a lovely hill climb down near Honiton in Devon. And we've got our first message from Indonesia, from Nugraha Dasa Wijaya in Jakarta. Thanks for your message. Come to the UK next year and come here in person. And a message from hello from Cambridge, UK. Well, hello, Adam Cage. Last time I did the live streaming, we had a message from a guy on an oil tanker off the west coast of Australia. I think that's the furthest away we've been. Arnold Zottler tells us He is from Styria in Austria. I hope you're all fine. We are, and the weather is as well. Arnold Zottler. Grüß Gott. Brawley Gaming. Hey, I was meant to be there for Australia today. Can you give a shout out to my dad, Alan Foley? Alan, a shout out from Brawley. And Becky Metcalf is looking forward to seeing Ian in the Fiat 500 Special. We all are. It's such a cute little car and incredibly quick off the line. Thanks, Becky, for that. Adam Cage. Hi, Adam. Yeah, lots of love or lots of laughs from an oil tanker. Great. I hope you're not meant to be steering it and instead you're watching Shelsley Walsh. Nice view of the paddock here at Shelsley, and beyond the paddock all our original old farm buildings, the Dutch barn, and in the courtyard, we'll talk about it a bit later. I'll just tell you a little bit later on about the watermill, which has been brought back to life after being asleep for decades. So we're back in action with number 51. I beg his pardon, Phil. It's number 57. It's Phil Cook in a super light Caterham. That means I'm pretty sure it's got a 1600cc bike engine, which makes for a rapid combination. Sounds like a bike engine. And Phil is into the S's at 84. So he leads off Class D modified series production cars. It's a Westfield and Caterham lockout because Phil is followed by Ray Law. No, it's not. He's followed by Graham Franklin and then John Goodrich. John in the blue one. Graham Franklin into bottom S at 82, and a time for Phil Cook, 34.65. Slightly smoky or dusty exit from top S by Graham, but 35 seconds exactly, finished 91. John Goodrich had a slight mishap on the screen at the last meeting, backed it into the recticel at bottom S, but virtually no damage, no harm done. Car's as quick as ever. Whew. John Bradford's taken off from the start, bang past the commentary box. John Goodrich, 33.6. Here's a very rapid John Bradshaw in the 2.1 litre Westfield. I think that's a slightly oversized 2-litre Vauxhall engine. John Goodrich's time, 33.6. John Bradshaw heading for the S's and has finished with our first run in the 20s, 29.68. That's a really good run from John Bradshaw. Speed over the line 105 and 99 into bottom S. We're watching Craig Spooner heading for the finish. He's followed by Jerry Neary. Jerry with a 2-litre Vauxhall powered Westfield. They come thick and fast, and that's just the drivers. Craig Spooner, 34.39. Jerry Neary, who's must have been up Shelsley a few hundred times, knows his way up. 2-litre Westfield takes him over the line in 35.45, and we're into single-seaters with a little OMS 1 litre OMS of Bob Penrose. Jerry's time 35.45. So this next 3 cars are competing in the Dews Speed Championship. So they have their own championship on the hills and the sprint courses throughout the year. Bob Penrose in the little 1 litre OMS has finished with a time of 34.2. Here's Derek Kessel in the Maguire Mini Cooper S. Maguire makes ferocious minis. And Graham Gonzalez, who preceded him, has finished with a 37.58. Here is Derek Kessel in the Maguire Mini Cooper. How much of it is original Mini parts? Probably a door handle. But as you can see, it's extremely effective. 83 into bottom S. Here's the little Fiat of Ian Metcalf. Becky, I hope you're watching. Derek Kessel, 33.65. This little Fiat 500, well, it's a Fiat 500 special. I think perhaps one of the door hinges is Fiat, but it's got a Swift Tune mini engine in the back, and it weighs about 3 featherweights, and so power to weight ratio is terrific, and Ian makes it up the hill in 34.37. Andrew Burt in this really interesting Mallock Mark 32, one of 10 only rear-engine Mallocks. Mallock, of course, we're well known for Clubman's cars, all front-engine and mostly with the Ford pushrod engine, but this is the only one in this country of the Mark 32 with a Vauxhall in the back. And Andrew's time 33.1, speed 97, almost made the ton. Radicals, there's lots of radical racing on the circuits, and radicals are beginning to come into hill climbing. Here's Dave Bickley, who's hill climbed this one for a couple of years. Bike engine in the back, of course. And a 31.6, 96 miles an hour for David. Clive Worcester in another radical. Number 97 comes to the line. This is the SR4 version with a 1600cc. Again, probably, is it a bored out Hayabusa? Not sure. I'll find out. Adam Cage comments, that 500 is rapid. You're right, Adam, it is. As is Clive Worcester's Radical. You need to modify the suspension a bit for hill climbing. If it's on circuit suspension, it tends to be a very stiff and rather short travel. So for hill climbing, you want to increase the suspension travel and maybe soften it up a bit. But Clive was 91 miles an hour into bottom S, which is good. Will he be in the 20s? Not quite, 30.56. And he's followed by Anthony Brown with the turbocharged 1800cc Audi TT hardtop. He leads off Class G sports cars over 2 litres. It is a sports car and it's a very popular indeed. 34.72 for Anthony. We're back to single-seaters into Class I, racing cars over 600 up to 1100. We used to occasionally get 600s, but no more. They're all 1 litre or 1100. Roland Knott kicks us off. They've all got the Suzuki GSR-X engine, apart from Robert Kenrick, who we'll see at the end of this class. We'll talk more about his car later on. It's Nigel Pitt on his way. These are quick cars. Not 30.98 for Nigel. Alan Warburton, this is a rapid car. This is the Gould GR59 with the big GSR-X. He's running slightly out of turn because is he sharing this with David? No, I don't think he is this meeting. I think he's on his own. Alan Warburton, Gould GR59, immensely rapid. Unusual in that the bike engine is fore and aft, and it's a shaft drive to the quaife differential at the back, and it's a 25.52, 116 over the line, 118 into bottom S. Bernard Kevel is usually equally quick in his 2.6 litre OMS. This has got a V8 engine built up by Terry Davies from two bike engines on a common crankcase. Makes a very effective engine, as you can see. Let's see whether Bernard can match. Not quite. 27.66, but it's quicker over the line than Alan with 118 miles an hour. Phew! It's all go, and here is Lindsay Summers in this fabulous DJ Firestorm, sharing, of course, with Alex, who we'll see later. Alex was in the 22s at the last meeting here. Lindsay to bottom S at 101. She, of course, is Alex's mum. From a great hill climbing family, I think all members of the family competing hill climbing. 27.7 for Lindsay. Finish speed, look at that, 135 miles an hour. Wow, there's lots of power from that Cosworth XD engine. Phew, that's another batch, and so we have a little bit of quiet on the hills while those come back down the hill. Another message from Arnold in Styria: the lower, the faster, and more engine power, and very rapid. Yeah, you're right. And the Audi TT, wow. Well, lots of people say that about Audi TTs, especially when they overtake you on the motorway. So keep the messages coming, guys. It's always fun to communicate worldwide. Yeah, we were talking about Alan Warburton's Gould GR59. Most of the racing cars with motorcycle engines have the engine transversely across the frame behind the driver, and then a chain drive to the quaife differential on the back axle. But David Gould, producing the GR59, he has the engine, he turns the engine longitudinal, so it's fore and aft, then a spur gear off the back of the engine, and a drive shaft to the differential. And the differential is unusual in that it's slightly angled. In other words, the crown wheel is some 25, 27 degrees away from fore and aft. So it's a really interesting design. Sadly, this year our spectators on the hill have not been able to come into the paddock. Usually one of the joys of Shelsley is that everybody who wants to can come into the paddock, and it's not like Stalag Silverstone. You can get close to the cars, chat to the drivers, who are always interested to talk about their cars. So Arnold, I hope you come here next year from Austria. There's the paddock. Oh yeah, I was going to tell you about the water mill. This is the site, of course, of an old farmyard, and in 1905 the Midland Automobile Club acquired the rights to the hill climb here, and the farm buildings in the courtyard gradually fell into disrepair because we, as members of the club, weren't allowed in there. That still belonged to the farm. But 10 or so years ago, the club acquired the lease of the whole estate, and over that period we have restored and resurrected all the farmyard, all the courtyard buildings. So we've got the restaurant there, we've got a bar there, we've got our archive, we've got our Shelsley Walsh office there, but at the back of the courtyard is this lovely old water mill. And we've got a group of people, we call them the Dibners, after a famous steeplejack called, was he Fred Dibner? and they did a wonderful job restoring the watermill into a working mill, and it grinds corn. You can come and get flour here. We have lots of visitors because, of course, lots of people are interested in old watermills, and it's great to see the watermill here working. We've got a machine shop which is driven by a drive shaft from the watermill, and it's well worth a visit whenever, if ever, you're able to come to Shelsley Walsh. We move ahead with our fourth batch, and kicking us off is Roland Knott in the Mark I Jedi, again with the 1 litre GSRX Suzuki engine. So the cars from this class that were in the last batch are the dual-driven cars with two drivers, so one goes in the earlier batch. But here's Roland in the 1 litre Jedi, 90 miles an hour, bottom S, hard braking, and then middle of the road. One of the tricks at Chelsea is not to go out too wide between the two S's, otherwise you're all wrong on the top one. 31.12 is a good time for a 1 litre car. Well done, Roland, and he's followed by Lee Gallimore, and Lee in an OMS. OMS constructed by Steve Owen. He's made well over 100 of these cars up at his Yorkshire base. Lee Gallimore, again with the 1 litre Suzuki engine. Not quite so quick into bottom S, 74. We need to start looking at the times through the S sector as we get towards the really quick cars. Lee did a 10.31 to record a total time of 34.75. Clive Austin in this fabulous Empire Wraith with its such advanced aerodynamics, developed with the aid of Willem Towett, who was chief aerodynamicist at Ferrari F1 10 or so years ago. Thanks, Adam Cage. I was right, it is Fred Dibner. Here's Clive. He's got American hairstyle on the back wing. He used to have it on his helmet, but the scrutineers didn't like that. 94 into bottom S. Clive lives just up the road at the top of the hill. How quick is he over the line? Well, 105 to record a 27.53. Incidentally, we've got a runoff at the end of each run series for the 10 quickest times of the day. Stuart Bickley on the line. We saw David earlier in a Radical. This is Stuart Bickley in the Jedi TDF. Jedi now really making cars, 600cc cars for the circuit racing. They have a class in circuit racing, but Stuart, 109 into bottom S, that's nice. What will his X sector be? Probably at 8.5, 9 seconds. 7.97, that's extremely quick through the S's. Great. 26.92. 105 over the line. Excellent time. Should well bring him into the runoff at the end of the first run. Stephen Potter with, again, a 1 litre OMS. .24 off the line is good. Sensible line through Kennel and Crossing. Not too close in at the kink, but 99 into bottom S. We'll follow Stephen Potter, but on the line, fabulous car. This will be quick. This is Robert Kenrick. Stephen 29.331. This is Robert Kenrick, who did a 24 up here this year in this incredible Raptor with his BMW 1 litre engine producing just about 200 horsepower. Can you believe that? BMW bike engine and lots of torque, so 118 over the line. Fantastic for 1 litre. Robert Kenrick, 24.97. He'll be pleased with that. Phew. And running slightly out of order is Claire Lightwood. Local lass from Bromyard in the OMS 2000. We've got whistles blowing. I've heard whistles blowing. Maybe I haven't. No, we're okay. So this is Claire into bottom S at 72. And on the line, Robert Penrose in the OMS sharing. So Robert rushes into Kennel with hardly a lift. What did Claire do? She did a 37.27. Robert Penrose taking things fairly easily. But he's followed by Sarah Bosworth in the Formula Ford Van Diemen. Robert did a 38.61. Here's the Formula Ford Van Diemen. Classic Formula Ford shape, wide track, very narrow space frame chassis. Slight twitch into bottom S. She went in at 78. But no dramas as she heads for the finishing line. And on the line is a really interesting and rare car. We'll see it in a second. Sarah did a 36.11. This is the one of only 6 Chevron Formula Ford cars, the B68. This is believed to be the prototype, and it's the only one in this country. I think the 8 of them went to the States, one's in Australia, and this is the only one in the UK. Charles has hill climbed for a long, long time. I used to compete with him in the 2-litre class, but he's having fun in this rare Chevron. Chevron's famed for their wonderful road holding. Heads for the finish, followed by Stephen Morgan. Stephen in the Empire Evo. Aerodynamics not quite as extreme as the Wraith, but it's very light and very powerful. It only weighs about 300 kilos, this car. And it's a 1600, it's a stretch Hayabusa, or it's a stretch GSR, but it's producing, imagine what the power to weight ratio is. Well, it takes him up the hill in 28.85. Meanwhile, Andrew Short number 118. Again, 1600cc. Good time, 28.17. Speed 106. So these are the 1600s, although most of them. No, they're mostly 1600, apart from Rob Anscombe's OMS Hornet. Here he is, 1340. Let's look at his S sector time. If it comes up, 8.89, pretty good. Great, 29.63. I'm glad to see Alan Warburton is sharing with his son David. Here's David, very rapid, both of them, in this lovely Gould GR59. 2.01 for the 64 feet. David is really got his foot down. Not a trace of a lift at crossing, and it's 123 into bottom S. Wow. S sector, let's look, 7.54. This is quick. This is really quick. 24.66, brilliant, 118 miles an hour. Well done, David. Tina Hawkes. in the turbocharged Force PC. She's on her own in this class, which is for the what's called forced induction, i.e. supercharged or turbocharged. So Tina's a 1300cc but turbocharged, puts it in the 2-litre class. 27.95, 130 over the line. There's plenty of power there. Simon Andrews, again 2.8 litre, that's the TKD engine. In other words, 2 4-cylinder bike engines on a common crankcase, making a V8, and a very effective V8. Terry Davis makes a number of these each year and records a 26.97. He's followed by multiple hill climb champion Trevor Willis, brilliant driver in the OMS with its 3.2 litre power tank, 1.85. That is a brilliant start, fantastic. Quickest by some margin today. Trevor is extremely, I was going to say extremely quick, as you can see, 130 into bottom S is going some. 7.47 through the S sector. This will be a very quick run, 23.71. Wow, that's a, if you like, a warmer. He did a 22, I think, 0.8 the other day. Now then, Alex Summers in this fabulous DJ Firestorm with the 2.7 litre Cosworth XD engine that in turbocharged form powered a lot of cars in Indianapolis. Ian Holmes, I hope you're watching from Minnesota. This is virtually an IndyCar engine. 23.01, Alex. Oh, just outside the 22s. 139 over the finishing line. Wow. And we come down to earth. What was Alex's S sector? You see 7.31, quickest by some margin through the S's, even quicker than Trevor Willis. And we draw breath because we're into classic saloons, pre-1975, 3 runners, kicked off by Michael Brough in the 1275 Mini Cooper S. So we've got 2 Mini Cooper S's and a Triumph TR4 in this class. Here's Michael, 73. That's quick, actually, into bottom S for a Cooper S. And I think Mike Gallery, in his 1380cc version, will be even quicker. Let's see what time Michael Brough does. He does a 38.41. That's good. Mike Gallery, even quicker into bottom S. And slightly quicker in the S sector, so this should be in the 33s or so. No, what am I talking about? In the 36s, 36.74. Richard Durrant, Triumph TR4A, 2.2 litre, 4-cylinder, standard Vanguard, standard Triumph engine. Mustn't mention that it also powered the Ferguson tractor. Forget that I said that. Nice car with its detachable roof, detachable Surrey with the fringe on top. And he records a 41.8. He's followed by Brian Iserrel in this lovely Elva Mark 7 with its twin cam engine, Ford twin cam engine. Brian acquired this, I think, beginning of last year. Talking to her in the paddock just now, she says how much she really enjoys it. She's normally been seen in a Lotus 51 Formula Ford, but she's really getting the hang of this Elva, 34.78. Followed by Carol Nichols in the Nike. And Carol's dad, Ken Nichols, made hundreds of these Nike chassis, made them for, well, they were called Nikes, but he also made them for Lotus, for Elva, for all sorts of people, Brabham. down in the West Country, and he was building chassis until the day he dropped. And Carol really looked for one to celebrate him, and this is it. She's followed by Bill Drysdale in the Porsche 904 FF. Well, one of the F stands for fake, because Bill built this car from scratch in his garage at home and did a fantastic job. So it's not a genuine 904, but it looks genuine, and it's got a proper 6-cylinder Porsche 911 engine and gearbox in the back. So Bill, 40.33, he'll be quite happy with that. It's followed by Jonathan Bibby in the first of the Elises today, the Series 1 Elise, the car that effectively rescued Lotus, sold in their thousands, and are such fun because they're light and quick. Rover K Series engine in the back of the early ones. 36.7. Ian Stallard. So these are the double-driven cars in the Paul Matty Lotus Championship, and Ian is, I think, leading the championship at the moment, and this is their final event of the championship for this year. Ian did a 31.88, and Sarah Thorne is hoping that she'll be able to beat that. Meantime, Clive Buffy in the Lotus Elan. You can see where Mazda got the inspiration from the lovely shape of the little tiny Lotus Elan with its backbone frame. Really interesting story. When the cars come down the hill, I'll mention it if I remember. But Clive Buffy in the S4 Elan, 41.16. Here's an interesting car. This is the result of a night of passion between an innocent little Beetle and a powerful Porsche 911. So this is a Beetle with a Porsche engine in the back. Poor innocent little Beetle ended up with a 2.7 litre implant. Jim Collins actually has made this into a very fun and effective hill climb car. He was struggling this morning because he discovered that the oil tank had sprung a leak, so there was a certain amount of drama while Jim fixed the oil tank. Glad to see that everything's okay. Jim records a 37.43. Clive Buffy, who went in front of him, 41.16, and Ian Stallard leading the way at the moment in the Paul Matty Championship for Lotuses with a 31.88. Yeah, I was going to, here we go. Overall best times of the day, led by Alex Summers with a 23.01. Trevor Willis, 23.71. David Warburton, 24.66. Robert Kenrick, 24.97. Alan Warburton, 25.52. Stuart Bickley, 26.92. Simon Andrews, 26.97. Clive Austin, 27.53. Bernard Kevill, 27.66. Lindsay Summers, 27.7. Tina Hawkes, 27.95. Andrew Short, 28.17. Stephen Morgan, 28.85. Stephen Potter, 29.31. Rob Anscombe, 29.63. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So Lindsay Summers will be, unless these times get beaten, which I don't think they will, Lindsay Summers will kick off our runoff. One of the joys of Shelsley is that we don't have a return road, so as you no doubt have seen, cars collect in the top paddock, and then at the end of each batch they coast or drive down the hill, and it's always a good chance for them to wave to their friends, for you to wave to the drivers. In the early days when I was competing, you didn't have to wear a crash helmet going down, and that was fun. Got the wind in your hair, and if you were spectating, you could actually see what the drivers looked like if you wanted to. But 20 or more years ago, they decided that drivers should wear crash helmets on the way down. Message from Emma Aitken, I think referring to Philip Stader. I want to say cute, but not sure if that would offend. Well, I'm sure it wouldn't offend Philip. Mike T, greeting to everyone from Padstow. Looks like another great day at Shelsley. You're right, Mike, it is fantastic. And I agree with you, Adam. He loves the second camera, the little inset that shows the next starter waiting on the start line. We got some cryptic messages from Marta Montalezza, with, I think they must be in code because there's an N, there's an M7, there's an N, there's an M7, and there's an N. Martha, thank you for your messages. I wish I understood them. Yeah, Shelsley Walsh have posted, the hill record is 22.58, which was set 12 years ago. That was Martin Groves in the Gould. And the question, how close will they get today? Well, when Martin set the record 12 years ago, the hill had just been resurfaced, and times immediately dropped by a second or so, and so it's not really surprising that that record has lasted 12 years, and if it's broken today, which it might be, it was very nearly broken at the last meeting, it will show the development of cars over that 12-year period, and the real change has been the these very, very lightweight carbon fiber chassis weighing in the 300, 400 kilo level, which even with a 1.6 litre motorcycle engine are incredibly quick, as you saw from Alan and David Warburton, but with, as Alex has got a Cosworth XD producing something like 700 horsepower, power to weight ratio, just amazing. So usually we get two runoffs, one at the end of the first runs, one at the end of the second runs. But today we're going to have one runoff at the end of the meeting. So that'll, if you like, be the climax of the meeting. But in the meantime, we are just about to get back into action on the hill. And we've seen one or two of the cars from the Paul Matty Lotus Championship, which is divided into two halves, sports cars and single-seaters, and our next batch really consists of the Lotuses. And kicking them off in this match is John Palmer in the Mark II Lotus LEs, with the slightly more advanced body work. Lots of people prefer the shape of the S1 LEs, but the later bodywork was simpler and easier for Lotus to make, maybe a bit cheaper as well, but equally attractive. And John Palmer, 81, that's quick into bottom S in his LEs, 36.65. Pete Bottrell, long-time competitor, he also competes in a single-seater in the 1760 Elan S3. These guys, the Matty Championship is handicapped based on each individual's personal best. So your personal best time ever becomes your handicap against which you try and beat, which handicap you try and beat. Pete Bottrell, 36.12. Steve Millward in a very pretty, we always say this very pretty hardtop Lotus Elan in Cobra Daytona colors. Daytona Coupe. Not only pretty but very effective. Bryony Milner. I don't know if Bryony is having her first year in the championship, but anyway, she's on her way in the S1 Elise, and we got a time for Steve Millward of 36.93. So the first three runners in this class very close together in the 36s. What can Bryony do? Well, she did 76 into bottom S. Here's Jeff Stallard. In the 1900cc Elan, famous twin cam engine. What can Jeff do? He can do a 33.59. Richard Swindle, all the way down from Glasgow in this Lotus Elan, which he's driven on the road since virtually it was new. It's got a massive number of miles on the clock. He's followed by Karen Buffy in her Elan. 37.72 for Richard Swindle. Karen Buffy. Here she is in a much more standard sounding Elan with a 1700cc twin cam engine, 60 into bottom S. But remember, it's a handicap, so if she beats her previous personal best by some margin, she could easily take the lead in the class. First of our single seaters is Kenny Lewis in the Lotus 61. We'll pick up with him in a second. Karen finishes with 44.14. Here's Kenny Lewis in this very pretty Formula Ford Lotus 61 in the classic black and gold Lotus seat colours. And he's followed by David Giddon in a car that we drool over. This is the lovely little Lotus 23. This classic little Lotus sports car, virtually a Formula 2 or 3 car with a sports body, which was sensational when it was first appeared at the Nürburgring in the hands of Jimmy Clark, beating the Ferraris hands down. David's time 34.01. Steve Palmer is in the classic Lotus Formula Ford Type 51. Lotus actually built one of these with lights and mudguards as a road car and displayed it at the London Motor Show. Really more for a laugh than anything else. But famous journalist Dennis Jenkinson borrowed it one Christmas time and made a road test of it. Another Lotus 23 is in the hands of Keith Wilford. We've got a time for Steve Palmer of 34.1. David Giddon in the 23 did a 34.01. What can Keith Wilford do? Well, he could do 79 into bottom S in his Lotus 23B. He's followed by Brian Meddings in the Formula 2 Lotus 35, but again with the twin cam engine. Keith Wilford 36.84 in the yellow 23B. Here's Brian Meddings into bottom S at 75. And followed by Tony Wallen in this immaculate Lotus 69. Right, Meddings 35.13. Look at this lovely Lotus 69 in Formula 3 version, i.e. it's got slicks and wings. Oh dear. And Tony has come to an abrupt halt into the erector cell at bottom S, so poor Matty will be stopped and turned round. And there may be a short delay while Tony's Lotus 69 gets extracted from the erector cell padding at bottom S. Sadly, I think a brake locked up and he went straight in. Yeah, I was going to tell you about the rather strange story of the birth of the Lotus Elan. Colin Chapman and his team were developing the twin cam engine, front engine twin cam and new suspension, and they built a prototype just to sort of link the engine and the suspension together, which effectively was a backbone frame. And it was so effective and worked so well that they said, why don't we make this the production car? And so a Lotus Elan chassis is just the backbone frame with outriggers holding the bodywork up. But it was purely by accident that they discovered how effective that would be, because the Elan was the successor to the very pretty Lotus Elite. Do you remember the Elite? Which was revolutionary because that was a glass fiberglass monocoque. The whole body was a one unit in fiberglass, which was extremely light, and so with a 1220cc engine, the Lotus Elite was extremely quick and extremely economical. But there were some downsides. To begin with, the connection between the fiberglass body and the suspension tended to come adrift, and it was also always extremely noisy inside, a bit like an echo box. But we put up with that in our Elites. My brother-in-law and you could buy an Elite in kit form and assemble it at home, and that way you saved a lot of money and a lot of what in those days was purchase tax. And my brother-in-law and I built an Elite way back in about 1962, I think, which he ran for 17,000 miles without any drama at all. And Colin Chapman realized that if he published a book of assembly instructions, it would make the car eligible for purchase tax. So what did Chapman do? He wrote a book on how to dismantle your Lotus Elite. And if you wanted to assemble it, you just read the book backwards. Some messages. Missy Redbeard, Philip Stader, is that at Bertie Lakeland New Ride? Don't understand that, Missy, but Philip will understand. Because Philip was he's usually in either an old Austin A35 or the Alfa Romeo Berlina, but today he's competing in the little Fiat Abarth 595. So maybe it is a new ride for Philip. Russ Hoffman, good morning from myself, Ian and Jeremiah in Asheville, North Carolina. I'm assuming that NC is North Carolina. Love watching the hill climbs. Well, we love having you watching, Russ. That's Russ, Ian and Jeremiah. Richard Weaver is taking the truck up the hill to scoop up Tony Wallen's Lotus 69. Stephen Keogh Hardy is on his sofa at the moment. Yeah, well, stay awake, Stephen, but we'll be there tomorrow. Great, see you tomorrow. The first hill climb here was in August 1905, and it was won by Ernest Instone on a big Daimler, four-seater Daimler. It was British Daimler, not the German Daimler. And so every now and then when we celebrate a centenary or a significant year, we often have a similar Daimler demonstrating on the hill. Ernest Instone's winning time, I think, was 77 point something. And of course the challenge in those days was to get up the hill at all. I think if you were listening, I told this story last time, but occasionally when we get the very early 1905 Daimler to do a demo up the hill, going up is fine, but it has to come down on the end of a tow rope, but not as you would imagine behind the tow car, but actually in front of the tow car with a tow rope back to a Range Rover or something like that. And of course the reason is that a 1905 car does not have very effective brakes. And the last thing you want is your precious 1905 Daimler clattering down the hill with failed brakes, and no doubt that would be nasty when it got to the bottom. So instead we attach a tow rope and a Range Rover to hold it back. Be quite a good pub question, wouldn't it? Would be why does the Daimler have a tow rope to come down the hill? Very nice message from J.H. Reside. I've got to say, well done team for getting the streaming up and running. Never expected such quality. Absolutely top notch. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much. I agree, the team have done a fantastic job. It's quite a complex setup of cameras and screens and connections, as you would imagine, but Richard Danby and his team do a fantastic job. So well done to them. It's hard to believe the crowds we used to get pre-war and just after the war at Shelsley. I'm talking Second War rather, well, First World War was pretty much the same, but in the 30s, in the 20s and 30s, there was very, very little circuit racing in this country. There was Brooklands down near Weybridge, and then in the mid-30s, Donington came along, but other than that, virtually the only motoring competition was hill climbing. And so when Shelsley had a big meeting, a championship meeting in the 20s and 30s, we would have massive crowds here. And if you look at the early photographs, they are massing on both sides of the hill, spectators dangling with their feet really over the track, which we wouldn't do nowadays. But one of the attractions of hill climbing is that, as you can see if you're watching on the screen, everybody gets a really good view because it's a steep sides down to the track, and so wherever you sit you're close to the action and you get a fantastic view. And to come here and sit where those guys are sitting on the spectator area on the way into bottom S, to see a car coming past there at 134 or so miles an hour really makes your hair stand on end. It is just the most amazing sight. That's my co-commentator, I think. We do have microphones up the hill, as you can tell, and some people write in and say, why can't we hear more or a better, louder exhaust noise from the cars? But of course, if we put microphones that are sensitive and turned up to get the engine note, we'll pick up every conversation up the hill, which would never do. We've had a message from Moscow. Best wishes from Moscow, Russia. That's Graham Freeth. Thanks, Graham. Good to see the beautiful sunshine at Shelsley. Yeah, isn't it? I was talking about pre-war and just post-war meetings, and if you watch the newsreels from that period, it was virtually always raining here at Shelsley, and the crowd were in flashers Max and brown trilbies, smoking pipes. That was just the women. But we had some fantastic crowds, which we do every now and then. We had a centenary meeting in 2005, which again was blessed with glorious weather, and the queue of cars to get into Shelsley from both ends was a couple of miles long. But we handled it, and we had a huge crowd then. And Shelsley is also being used more and more by motor manufacturers to show new models if they want to make a nice, pretty movie of a new model they're launching. Often they come to Shelsley because it's the perfect background, if you like, for a launch program. So every now and then, I think Jaguar in particular enjoy bringing cars to Shelsley. So Tony Wallen's Lotus is coming down on the back of Richard Weaver's truck. Gradually things are getting sorted out and we'll be back in action pretty soon. Yes, poor Tony, I'm afraid the front of the Lotus is looking a bit second-hand, but fortunately he's got the whole winter to straighten it all up. Let's hope Tony's okay. I'll let you know as soon as I get information. So while we have a bit of a delay, let's have a look at a video that was produced really illustrating some of the key moments here at Shelsley, effectively from day one, 115 years ago.
Shelsley Walsh Speed Hill Climb in Worcestershire. It's the oldest motorsport venue in the world that has been continuously run on its original course. 115 years we've been driving and celebrating hill climbing at Shelsley with all sorts of different cars, but most of all with a wonderful view, because we're 10 miles west of Worcester in the Team Valley, and it is quite a view indeed. Lots of cars of various different shapes and sizes all compete at Shelsley over the 1,000-yard course that has been the same since those early days. This is a map of the place from the 1930s. The BBC hut positioned at the bottom and in the middle of the S's because it used to be broadcast on the Empire service in those days, going as far afield as to Australia and India. But this was Ernest Instone. He set the very first best time of day in 1905 with the Daimler. Did 77.6 seconds, but soon the record tumbled. The view then very similar to what it is now, except for the fact that maybe the spectators aren't as close nowadays as this Vauxhall 3098 makes its way up through the S's with 4 people on board. Different times indeed. Ingenuity and engineering excellence was certainly very much part of hill climbing then as it is now. Can you imagine driving this to the hill in the 1930s. It was internationally recognised commercially because people got behind the racers who came to Shelsley, including Shell, who celebrated Raymond Mays getting best time of the day in the 1930s. Mays on the left here, with Malcolm Campbell in the middle and Earl Howe on the right-hand side. This is May 1935. Campbell had just set a land speed record at 276 miles an hour, and before the year was out, he would be the first person to break 300 miles an hour. He was competing on that day at Shelsley in his Sunbeam. So it drew the names and it drew the people, including Hans Stuck and the might of Auto Union, who came to Shelsley in June 1936. Stuck on the left-hand side, Horsch in the middle, one of the four rings of the Auto Union that, of course, now make up the Audi logo. And Leslie Wilson on the right-hand side, the then secretary at Shelsley, welcomed Stuck to the hill. Also present that day, second from left, was Prince Beera. Then you got Stuck in the white jacket, Mays, Earl Howe, and on the extreme right-hand side, Prince Chula, who, of course, was hand-in-hand with Beera. What a lineup on the day. Stuck, unfortunately, had to try and get to the top of the hill in very difficult wet conditions. Too many horsepowers, he said, but the view then, well, that wooden barn is still there. The view very similar today. That is one of the most famous Shelsley pictures. The number 57 C-Type Auto Union struggling for grip. 550 horsepower? Then, 84 years ago, must have been another world. But we managed to get the Auto Union and Audi tradition back to Shelsley 4 years ago. The guys came over from Germany and they put on a super show with Hans-Joachim Stuck coming over from Austria and driving throughout the weekend the Auto Union and also one of his Trans Am Audis. It was a wonderful step back in time. Some of you will have been there that day. If not, well, we've got lots of pictures for you to enjoy. But going back through Shelsley history, Shelsley had innovations through the 60s with four-wheel drive and a guy called Tony Marsh, who won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times. Then into the 70s, Pilbeam came to the fore. DFV engines trickled down from Formula One. Special tyres trickled down from Formula One. Then into the early 80s, then we had more big fat tyres and open pipes and DFV engines in the back of Pilbeams, and then some slightly smaller engines, 2.5 litre Hearts, 2.8 litre Hearts in the back of some smaller cars with skirts and more advanced aerodynamics. In 1986, Hannu Mikkola came to Shelsley with the Audi Sport Quattro. It was still a current Group B rally car in those days, and he certainly enjoyed his day. He won in July 1986. Sterling Moss has been to Shelsley. He came in the early zeros and he presented Graham White Jr. with a cheque for £1,000 after White Jr. broke the 25-second barrier for the very first time. And into more modern times, it's the Gould concern who build specialist hill climb cars, carbon fibre, specialist engines mounted in the back of them and lots of aerodynamics, and it is therefore a Gould's in the hands of Martin Groves, who holds the outright Shelsley record in 22.58 seconds. He is the longest record holder at Shelsley. But that record will be up for grabs. It will go one day. The reigning British Hill Climb champion is also in a Gould, but it's a later model, a GR59. This is Wallace Menges, getting a little bit crossed up through the S's. This has 630 horsepower or so. It really is quite something to see and to listen to. Menzies, the reigning champion. We've also had Formula E car here at Shelsley in the shape of Mitch Evans, who brought the Jaguar here a couple of years ago. And also other cars from around the world of motorsport, whether or not it's Nürburgring, 24 Hours or wherever. We celebrate the winners of the day with a podium at the end of our competitive Sunday. And we've had some fun in the past with Dougie Lampkin being here as well, 12 times a trials world champion. Other cars that we see on the hill, smaller single-seaters with motorcycle engines in, are really a great way for people to enter into speed hill climbing economically. Sharing cars is a way forward. Husband and wives, brothers, friends, all chipping in to try and save money. But this is the current Gould GR59 of Sean Gould, designed by himself and his father David. This is his 2020 car, which of course we've yet to see in action. This has a 4-litre V8 Judd in the back of it. It's got 700 horsepower, and this weighs about 420 kilos. The aerodynamics on it are unlimited. No skirts though, but the aero is unlimited, so there's a lot of Formula One stuff on here that they can't use in Formula One, but they can use in hill climbing. Just look at that. It really is doing 150 miles an hour whilst it's standing still. CFD is used in the design of modern hill climb cars as a way of really maximising the aerodynamic possibilities of the cars. This is another model that has been made for Empire. This has got a 1600cc Suzuki engine in the back of it. Huge downforce, huge Venturi, huge tunnel. Other cars that continue to come to Shelsley includes Spider, held the record in the 1920s, and also some modern cars. You can bring your road car. You can even go up in your estate car, a Golf R, for example. Maybe you've got a 250 short wheelbase Ferrari you'd like to bring along. I know one of you's got one out there, haven't you? Nice 911 getting sideways out of the top S. Roy Stanley in his Mitsubishi Evo 5, always a favourite. He's modified that immensely, and it is very, very quick. You can even do a wheelie off the line if you've got enough horsepower in your Smart. We've got an archive at Shelsley with all the original posters from the 1930s. The posters that were spread all around the area to get people to come to the hill. They came in their droves, buses being put on from Birmingham town centre to bring people to the Team Valley in Worcestershire. A lot of people celebrating their success at Shelsley. A Lockheed advert here celebrating Raymond Mays in his ERA R4D in 1947, the first year of the British Hill Climb Championship. The posters that we've got are really evocative, and we're looking to do a rerun of these posters, so keep your eyes peeled on our social media channels.
Okay, we're back on the hill on the screen. There's a bit of work going on to restore the tyre barrier behind the Recticel cushions. Won't be long. We had some nice messages. Tony Olive says, hi from Vancouver Island on Canada's west coast. Great to see Shelsley being live streamed again. My father, Harold Olive, was the chief commentator there for many years, and I marshalled there too. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, I remember your dad. Anka und Stefan Hofer, greetings from Germany, from Hillclimb Eichenbühl. Well, European hill climbing is very different from in this country, and if you've ever competed or watched a hill climb in Europe, very often it's 5 or 6 or more kilometers long up the side of a mountain and very high speeds, and it's terrific, particularly up the Großglockner or places like that. I've competed once in a hill climb in Belgium, and we had great fun there. There are some advantages in our short little hill climbs in the UK. You do see the whole thing from beginning to end pretty much, and so the whole competition is much easier to follow, because if you're watching a European hill climb, you might see a couple of hundred yards, a couple of hundred meters down the hill and up the hill, and the cars flash past every now and then, but it's not really sort of 2 on the hill at a time. Well, obviously it is, but in this country, you're seeing pretty much cars coming past continually. So there are advantages on both sides. But thank you very much, Anke and Stefan, for your greetings. Nice to see that clip that was produced by Toby Moody, showing in particular Hans Stuck coming here in the Works Auto Union in 1936. That was a fantastic day. Needless to say, I wasn't quite thought of then, but it was a wonderful day. Sadly, it was pouring with rain on the Sunday, the competition day, but the practice was dry, and Hans Stuck Sr. loved it. And as you saw 4 years ago, Hans Stuck Jr., Hans Joachim Stuck, came in another Works 16-cylinder Auto Union, or was it the 12-cylinder, 16-cylinder, fantastic silver arrows, and he absolutely loved Shelsley Walsh and vowed to come back, and I hope he does. What was, and then in 1985, Audi brought the Works rally car here. Hannu Mikkola drove the car up the hill. And what was quite amusing was that in 1936, Hans Stuck was almost beaten up the hill by Basil Davenport in the amazing Spider, that incredible Shelsley special that you would have seen on Toby's look at the history of Shelsley. And then when Hannu Mikkola came with the full panoply of the Works Audi team, he broke the saloon car record up the hill with 29 something or other, and he was nearly beaten by a Morris Minor, driven by Nick Mann. But of course it wasn't just a Morris Minor, it was a Morris Minor with a Rover V8 where the back seat ought to have been, running on nitromethane, and it was an incredibly quick little thing, and nearly as quick up the hill as the Works Audi rally car. Johnny Red up the bottom S tells us that it's the tyre barrier at bottom S is just about fixed now. So with luck, we'll be very shortly back in action again. We've got some more of our racing class of Lotuses in the Paul Matty Championship, including Paul Matty himself, who runs a brilliant Lotus dealership, well, used Lotus dealership in Bromsgrove, and he's what Paul doesn't know about Lotuses isn't worth knowing. And Paul is, of course, as usual, following his wife June. June is in a Lotus 69 Formula 3, and Paul is in another of the Lotus 35s, the very rare Lotus 35 F2 Formula 2 car. And a similar car is being driven by Malcolm Thorne, and both of these cars are powered by the Lotus twin cam engine. In period, most of the Formula 2 cars of that period had Cosworth FVA engines. So we've got a few more really nice Lotuses to come, and then we start the whole program over again, at the end of which we have the top 10 cars having their runoff. So lots more to happen, and the beautiful blue sky is staying cloudless, which is a real treat. I have a feeling this is our last weekend of summer this year. Autumn is going to arrive with a bang on Monday. Yep, good news. Clark, of course, coming back down the hill, which means that June Matty will be hopping into her car, her Lotus 69, ready to come up the hill. After Paul Matty, Sarah Thorne is in her Lotus Formula Junior, Lotus 2022, and if Sarah can beat her previous personal best by a certain margin, she has a chance of taking the championship. So she's determined to do everything possible to beat her own best time, which I think she recorded a couple of weeks ago. So we'll watch with great interest. And that's another husband and wife team. That Sarah will be followed by Malcolm Thorne in a Formula 2 Lotus Type 35, similar to the one that Paul Matty is competing in. And then the final runner in the racing section of the Lotus Championship is the Lotus 69F, to be driven by Tony Shute, who used to be a director of Lotus and then went on to bigger and better things. Whistles are blowing, which is always a good sign. Flags are coming in, and June will be and is just about coming up to the start line in her Lotus 69. Here she comes. Maybe do a couple of just a one tyre warmer start. But actually things have changed. Tyre development has come a long way, and when I was competing, people used to do 10 or more wheel spins on the way up to the line, getting the rear tyre really hot and sticky. Doesn't seem to be as necessary now as it seemed to be then. The result often used to be broken drive shafts. Here's June. Nice start. 2.26. Going really well. Lotus 69. Formula 3 spec with a 1558cc twin cam engine. Approaches the S's at 82. No dramas and a nice approach into top S. Paul Matty leaves the start and is chasing June, as he always has done. And June records a 35.85, 35.85. Paul into bottom S at exactly the same speed as June, 82 miles an hour. She did a 35.85. Here comes Sarah Thorne, determined to beat her previous personal best, which I think was a low 33. June did a 35.85. Paul has done a 33.7. Here's Sarah into bottom S, quicker than either of them with 83. Nice line between the S's, getting the right angle to approach top S. Foot flat on the floor, and it's a 32.26. I think that's beaten June's handicap, Sarah's handicap. Here comes Malcolm in the Type 35. He's also got a Lotus 24, that's the 1.5 litre Formula 1 Lotus with the BRM V8 in the back. And if you want it, it's for sale. He's into bottom S at 82. Had a bit of trouble with the starter motor on this car a couple of weeks ago, but all fine now. And it's a 33.1 for Malcolm. And our last runner in this class is Tony Shute in his immaculate 69F. Again, it hasn't got wings, so maybe it's in Formula 4 trim. Doesn't stop it being a rapid little car. 31.54. 31.54 is, I think, the quickest, well, certainly the quickest in the racing car section of the Lotuses. Big question is, has Sarah beaten her handicap by enough to take the championship? We shall find out. Had a message from Lee Corbett, who occasionally commentates here. Greetings from a positively tropical Guernsey. Enjoying the broadcast. Well, thanks, Lee. Hope we see you here again next year. They have some great hill climbs on the Channel Islands. The British Hill Climb Championship goes there once a year to two hill climbs there, Val d'Iterre and Bouley Bay, Guernsey and Jersey. So if you're planning a holiday in the Channel Islands, try and coincide with their championship hill climbs. Right, we're due to start the program all over again. It'll be kicked off, I think, by Andrew Till in the Ford Fiesta. Indeed it is. Here he comes to the line. Car from 2016, but with the dinky little 3-cylinder 1-litre turbocharged engine that won the prize in Europe for Engine of the Year, I think 3 years running. Tiny little engine. You can almost cover it with a sheet of A4, but it's a very effective little car. As you can see, by the way, Andrew steps off the line in his immaculate black Fiesta. ST line means it's got all the sort of cosmetic goodies of the ST, but without the 2-litre engine, so not quite as fast, but still pretty brisk. Brisk enough to get into bottom S at 70 miles an hour. He's not hanging around. He heads for the finish, and John McQuillan in his 1275 Mini, as you can see in the little inset and into kennel. Andrew Till's time, 40.36. John McQuillan in what sounds like pretty much a standard Cooper S. When the Cooper S first came out, of course, well, when Minis first came out, the first thing people wanted to do was to race them, which was fine until they realized that the wheels weren't strong enough. They kept breaking wheels, so the Cooper S had much stronger wheels with ventilation holes in them. And Ian Hunt's Mini Cooper S, which follows John, is even quicker. John's time was a 48.31. Here's Ian Hunt in the blue one. Engine slightly bored out to 1293 cc. And actually some 13 miles an hour faster into bottom S than John was. So he's got much more power, a bit more smoke out of the back. And Chris Buffton is off in his Citroen Saxo, while Ian Hunt records a 41.13. Here's Chris Buffton. Needs to get over to the left-hand side between bottom and top S, which he almost achieves, and then undramatically on his way up to the finishing line. Sept Cartwright, Stourbridge local man in his Mazda MX-5, which sounds certainly a bit modified. And indeed approaches the S's at 70. Got the hard top, which adds a bit of weight, but aerodynamically probably more efficient than the soft top with the roof down. Here's Charlie Delahunty. Sadly didn't finish her first run, did a slight pirouette at top S, but but with no harm either to her or to the car, fortunately. So possibly a little bit more circumspect this time. Fairly wide line. Set middle of the road, that's okay. Here's James Evans in a pretty much standard Subaru Impreza. And Charlie did a 46.86 in the blue Mazda. Impreza. Terrific traction, of course, from four-wheel drive. Very low centre of gravity with a flat 4 turbocharged engine. Now we've got Steve Jackman running in the right order this time in the MGF. Meanwhile, James Evans records a 41.74 in the Impreza. Into bottom S comes Steve Jackman. And David West, I remember, was very quick in this Peugeot 106. Steve Jackman records a 38.56. Peugeot 106 GTI. Couple of these. David's followed by Anime Furnace. But 80 into bottom S in a 106 is not hanging around. Slight S bend out of top S. Chucks up a little bit of dust, but no harm done. 36.67. Oh, Anime takes off and misses a gear. I think she went from first to fourth, but quickly sorted it all out. But it's cost her a little bit of time. Uses all the road at the crossing, but 81 is a quick speed into bottom S. Successfully navigates both S's on the perfect line. Pedal to the metal and up in the 80s, probably over the line. 81, yeah, 37.31. Here's Philip Stader in, I think what might be new to him, the Abarth 595. Hot little car. It's got a 1.4 turbocharged engine producing about 170 horsepower in the rinky-dink little Fiat 500. So it's a very, oopsie, Philip. No harm done, but costs him a lot of time. But sensibly didn't try and make the corner if he knew he wasn't going to do it. So Philip, we won't mention his time. Well, we will, but it was a 47.54. He won't want to know. And into up over 2 litre road-going cars with Will Goff's Ford Sierra Cosworth in very much standard trim, I think. By the standards of today's hot hatchbacks, the Sierra Cosworth isn't all that quick. I think it was sort of 7.5, 8 seconds to 60, which if you wanted a hot hatch nowadays, you would expect to be in the 5s and 6s. But anyway, he records a 43.31, and he's followed by Ross McDonald in this 3 litre Porsche SCRS. I don't know what SCRS stands for. Super Carrera Rennsport, racing sport. Will Goff in the Sierra 43.31. Ross McDonald is nearing the finish. Here he comes. Towards a 35.88. Paul Howard's in the MGF from the previous class. Very immaculate dark green MGF. Looking as good as new. Justin Andrews takes off in this very hot Subaru Impreza, and the MGF over the line for a time of 41.35. Here's the Subaru, 88 into bottom S. That's going some. Massive acceleration, and so an S sector of 9.48, which for a saloon car is quick. What's his speed over finish? 104, you see, it's a quick car, 32.1. First of our Audi TTs, early one, from the start, 2.27 means it must be four-wheel drive, get lots of traction. Using every inch of the road at both crossing and the kink, 78, approach. Lined up nicely for the right-hander at top S. Justin Andrews in the Impreza did a 32.1 and crossed the line at 104. Now we've got Ronnie Isles, multiple UK sprint champion in this lovely Alfa Romeo 4C with its 1.8 litre turbocharged all aluminium Alfa Romeo engine in a carbon fibre body, so it's very light. Sadly, Alfa didn't get the suspension right, which meant that the early road tests of the 4C were quite critical of the way it handled, which wasn't really fair. Nevertheless, Rodney has done a 34.42. Here's John Fordy in the 3.2 litre Carrera with plenty of lights at the front, so could be also used for classic rallying, and probably is. Neat and tidy through the S's for an S sector time, 10.74. Not quite such a hot Carrera as Ross McDonald's, but nevertheless a 37.86. Now the Boxster, with its mid-engine 3.4 litre flat six, Porsche I think made a terrible mistake when they brought out a new model of the Boxster with the flat 4 engine, which actually was more effective in terms of speed and economy than the flat six, but nobody liked the noise, and I don't know if they've dropped it, but they've certainly brought a flat six version of the Boxster back. Early Boxsters you can find, if you find a good one, for less than £5,000. Great value for money, wonderful road holding, should be ultra reliable. John Fordy did a 37.86 in the Carrera. What can Rod do in the Boxster? Despite the weather, he has the hood up, which does make a big aerodynamic difference, actually, surprisingly, both in terms of speed and economy. Heavy braking into bottom S at 76. Simon Tarling in the very fierce GT3, 3.6, flat 6, Porsche 996. Rod Fisher has crossed the line in the Boxster in 37.61. Simon will be considerably, I think, quicker than that. And Robert Lancaster-Gay might be quicker still. Let's see. Rod Fisher did a 37.61. Simon Tarling has finished with 34.72. Now the battle of the Carreras, of the GT3s, Robert Lancaster-Gay, will he beat 34.72? He's highly experienced, and he's hill climbed this car for a long, long time. S approach 86. Quick enough. Now the power goes down. All those flat 6, 3.6 litres. Yes, 33.29. So the battle of the GT3s goes to Robert Lancaster-Gay. Meanwhile, the Cayman, 3.4 litres. I think the Cayman is my favourite current Porsche. Such a pretty shape. This is Phil James. Not quite as quick as the two GT3s into bottom S. His time 36.68 for Phil James. Alex Gilchrist Jones. Now, this is the Evo 9. I don't know how many. Have Evo got to Evo 11? Someone will tell me. But this is the Evo 9. 2 litres turbocharged like they all were, but masses of power, 4-wheel drive. Lots of grunts him over the line in 32.42, speed 101. Speed over the finishing line is pretty much determined by the amount of power you've got. Richard Etheridge in the Impreza with the 2.5 litre turbocharged flat 4 engine. Such is a very desirable model. Before the hatchback came in, and he tells me that it's a nice comfortable road car as well, although he prefers going down the lanes than going down the motorway. I can understand that. 35.78. Alex Bones in this incredible Audi S3, which produces masses of power. He's really worked on this engine. Absolutely immaculate. I had a close look at it at lunchtime. As you could tell, nearly 90 miles an hour into bottom S, and this is Alex's first season hill climbing this car. It'll be quick. It'll be in the 90s, maybe even the hundreds over the line. Yes, 100 exactly, 32.77. We come to Class B2, specialist production cars, in other words, Westfields and Caterhams, over 1700, and this is Mike West in the 2 litre version with a Vauxhall engine. But this Peugeot 205 on the hill is on its own in Class C2, but it's shared by two Stewarts, Stephen Baxter and Stuart Rothwell. This is Stuart Rothwell. It's a quick car. Now, behind him, Jim Herbert had a rather hesitant start. He seemed to lose power after changing from first to second, and that cost him a tenth or two. Jim Herbert is on his way. Stuart Rothwell records a 34.54. Alex Bones, I think I mentioned, 32.77. This is the Evo 5, but I think this won't be as quick as Jim's first run. It's 34.88. Here's the Aston again. This time in the hands of Andrew Fraser. Calm, I guess much more suited to the circuits than the hills, but nevertheless, it's a treat for us to see this lovely Aston Martin. Lots of people think that the this Vantage, this model, is a prettier bodywork than the current one, and I have a feeling I agree with him. But anyway, the Aston's recorded a 34.85. Here's Helen Evans sharing the supercharged 911 with Andy Norris. And records 36.91. Another shared car, Noor Ali, in a slightly modified Mazda MX-5. Fairly standard, I think, 65 into bottom S. But he's followed by this delicious little Ginetta G20 Coupe, which we'll see in a second or two. Noor heading for the line. Crosses it with a 41.31. Now look at this little Ginetta. Isn't that cute? 1398. I don't know what engine that is. It's only 1400cc, so not masses of power. Records a 42.46. Is the last car in batch 2. Although I think Alan Voice in the GT6 will be coming along later. He should have been in that batch, but we'll see. Message from JH Reside. Glorious Team Valley Sunshine with the soundtrack of Zuffenhausen's finest flat 6 engines. Saturday afternoon doesn't come any better. We love you, Shelsley. We do, you're right. Tomorrow, we've got some of the cars that are racing today, but we've also got particular excitement in the shape of a bunch of Ferraris. The Ferrari owners are competing in the Pirelli Ferrari Hill Climb Championship, and among them, the treat for me is a genuine 250 short wheelbase in the hands of John Goodwin that he's had for a long time. It's the predecessor just to the fabulous GTO, but short wheelbase 250 GTs are making lots and lots of money if you dare sell yours. We've got 458 Spider, we've got Dino 246 GT, the beautiful Dino, 360 Spiders, 328, and indeed Tim Dickinson in a Ferrari 458. That was the front engine V12 Ferrari, lovely. We've also got at class the 500 Owners Association for the old 500cc Formula 3 cars of just the post-war period. Coopers, of course, we've got 4 Coopers, we've got a Star Ride, we've got an Iota, and we've even got an Angle Iron Special with only 250cc. But they bring back memories for old wrinklies like me of cycling to Brands Hatch to watch the 500cc racing there. Gee, it was exciting. So if you're back again tomorrow, a lovely mixture just like today. I was hoping today, and it's entered, but we haven't seen it yet, there's Peter Hubbard in the fantastic Maximus GT with its 2-stroke V8 engine out of a outboard in a Pro Sport chassis. And the engine needed a lot of modification, of course, because as an outboard it's vertically upright, and of course in the back of this car it's horizontal, so to sort out the oil required a medical oil pump, and the transmission is interesting. It has a CVT transmission rather like an old DAF, but of course it has to have a reverse gear, and so the only way to get it to go backwards is to have an electric motor starting a caravan reverser. In other words, you have a rotating drum that you squeeze onto the back wheels, and that pulls you backwards. But I'm sad to say that Peter Hubbard with the Maximus GT is, I don't think, here today. Whether he's entered for tomorrow, I don't think he is. So sadly, we'll have to wait for next year to see the Maximus again. But it is the most amazing piece of machinery. It's taken 7 years from concept to build, and it's terrible trouble. It has. The last time it competed here at Shelsley, a wheel fell off, or half fell off, on the start line, but Peter was determined to get the car to the top of the hill to qualify as what's known as a Shelsley special. So he went up the hill in about 70 seconds, very slowly, but he got there, and so it is accepted as a Shelsley special. Right, next batch coming. Batch 3. And don't forget that at the end of the class runs, we've got our top 10 runoff. But in the meantime, we've got a gang of Caterhams and Westfields competing in the Class D modified specialist production cars. 1, 2, 3 Caterhams battling 4 Westfields, looking very similar. Chris Smith of Westfield was not very popular with Colin Chapman when he produced the Westfield, looking just like a Lotus 7. But first off should be Phil Cook, but it's not. It's number 45, which is George Nurek, who in fact is in a 1700cc, so he's in the class before, but George has had and raced this car for many a long year. Ford Sigma engine, predecessor to the Z-Tech. But now we're into the 2-litre lot. This is Oliver Wright, number 48. Vauxhall powered. George Nurek's time 36.62. Oliver 85 into bottom S is quick. Side slide out of through the bottom S sector below 10 seconds, which is good for this class. It's quite a quick run, 34.47. He's followed by Tony Earl in the Caterham powered by the Rover K series engine. And he'll be followed by Chris Bennett in an identical car. Here he is off the line, and Anthony Earl, 36.63, so it'll be interesting to see how closely matched Chris Bennett is. I think from the first run he was a little bit quicker. We shall see. Tony went into bottom S at 80, and Chris is 86. Yes, so he's quite a bit faster and quarter of a second quicker through the S's. So this might be in the 34s or so. It is a 34.14. But interestingly, he was not as quick over the line as Tony Earl in the previous car. Now we've got Stephen Baxter in this very quick 1.9 Peugeot 205. Yeah, wow, 86 into bottom S, that's going. Lines it up to top S nicely. Front wheel drive, little puff of dust from the left hand side back. Quick though, 34.02. Victoria Hunt in, she's sharing number 87, so it's 787 in a 1293 Mini Cooper. So these are the double drivers of cars that are going to be in the next batch. Victoria Oakline is a 40.14, and the Peugeot 3402. Andy Johnson now sharing with Charlie the blue MX-5. Now, what was Charlie's time? I can't go back that far, but I have a feeling that she's quicker than Andy. In the meantime, James Herbert takes off in the Evo 5 with a 64-foot time at 2.11, which is very quick. Andy 46.21 in the Mazda. Here's the Evo, swooping into and very close on the inside over the Dragon's Teeth at bottom S. Yeah, I remember the pops and bangs, just like watching the World Rally Championship. 32.03, speed 111. Is that our quickest hard top car, tin top car? I think it probably is. Down to earth a little bit with this lovely Mark II Escort in Group 4 trim. Such a successful rally car. And now, of course, a huge success in classic rallying. Dave Moore. Now, he was through the S's almost as quickly as the Evo in front of him. 10.34 to record a 37.44. Here is the Aston again. Andy Fraser did a 34.85 in this car. What can Tim do? A little bit quicker, I think, although not quite as quick for the first 64 feet. Yeah, 81 as opposed to 82. So these two guys in this Aston are very nip and tuck. Andy did a 34.85. Tim, quicker, 33.34. Here's this very rapid 2.6 litre Chevette. That was an effective circuit and rally car, the Chevette. I think I was wrong in saying Baby Bertha was a Chevette, I think. She was a Forenza. But anyway, Gary Morgan, 34.3. Now, we've seen this car just now in the hands of Helen Evans. But now Andy Norris, who's had it and raced it for a long time, knows it like the back of its hand. It's supercharged, which gives it lots more power and particularly lots more torque low down. So masses of grunt out of top S means that his time is 31.79 over the line at 103. Neat little Ginetta G32. So that's two cute little Ginettas we've got here today. Trevor McMaster, his G32 has a Z-Tech engine in the back. And it produces about 170 horsepower, and it's a pretty light car, so power to weight ratio is good. Over the line now, 35.61. And here's Emma Ali sharing the Mazda with Noor. Emma 61 into bottom S. She's gradually bringing her speeds up and her times down, and we hope she's really enjoying a sunny day at Shelsley, as we all are. But Steve Small, that's a different sound from the MX-5. That's the fabulous TR7 V8 with its 4.6 litre Rover V8 in the front. Modified bodywork to give it a bit more downforce at the back. Heavy braking from bottom S, get it over to the left, yep, and then missing the drain cover and heads for the finish. Steve Small in the TR7 V8, 34.33. It'll be interesting to compare his time with Phil Ludbrook, a different approach to producing power. This is the max revving S2000 Honda with its variable valve gear revving to, I think the red line's at 8,500, so you can reasonably safely take it up to 9,000 revs, which is a lot for a touring car. 77 into the S's is not quite as quick as the V8 TR7, which recorded a 34.33. I think this will be in the 36s. No, into the 37.73. So, of course, a much more standard car than the TR7. Ralph Kolmar, again in an MX-5. What can you say? Well, you can congratulate Mazda on producing such a sales success. And the new one, the latest model that's been out a couple of years, had rave reviews in all the comics. So Mazda's, people say the early one, the really early one from 89-90 is the nicest one to drive, but then they got a bit heavier and not quite as quick. But this latest one is terrific. Here's the little Ginetta again in the hands of Tom Thompson. Ralph Kolmar, 44.81. Alan Boyce is here. Yeah, he should have been in the last batch, but here he is. GT6, effectively a 6-cylinder hardtop Triumph Spitfire. I think they beefed up the chassis a bit, and the later ones had much more sophisticated rear suspension than the swing axles of the Herald and the Spitfire. Sort of mini E-Type, aren't they? And of course, as a classic, their values, I mean, they bottomed out. You could get them for a couple of peanuts 10 years ago, but now they're worth much more. Very nice, straight six engine, makes all the right noises. Alan Boyce's time, 46.62, brings that batch to a close. Yeah, retro rides, thanks. Credit to Al and the team as well. Quality is great. And that little picture, in the picture for the start, is awesome. You're right, it is. And that, I think, is new for this meeting. So Al and Richard and the team really developing this. Of course, in a way, we hope that next year it won't be necessary to have live streaming, because with luck, this horrible COVID thing will be all over and we can have our proper crowds back. But on the other hand, isn't it nice to be able to encourage people to watch Shelsley from all over the world? A message from Eddie Walder, who's our co-commentator here at Shelsley when he is able to escape from COVID-19, but he sends a message to Retro Rides TV. Are you aware that Hubnut is back in Wales, living near New Quay? Well, I don't know if they did know that, but thanks, Eddie, for that. And Eddie, I hope you get really well soon. Lots of messages from Johnny Red up the top of the hill, who tells us it's really windy up the top. Well, you're right, it probably is, but wind is better than rain and cloud. In the gloomy days of November, we will dream of days like this at Shelsley, and also pray that 2021 brings us a full season of hill climbing. But congratulations to Shelsley. The team has worked so hard to enable us to have 3 competitive meetings despite this awful pandemic year. As Gary, Sarah, Lucy, you've done a fantastic job. That batch is down the hill. It's always a good sound when whistles blow and flags come in. It should be Bob Penrose in the single-seater OMS, but it's not. Is it Jerry Neary? No, it's not. It's Phil Cook in the Caterham Superlight R, who was missing from the last batch, but he should have kicked off Class D, modified specialist production cars. It's a very quick car, 2.49 for the first 64 feet, and Phil doesn't hang around. Highly experienced and a great engineer as well. A little bit wide at crossing, but it won't have cost him anything very much. Safe, middle of the road, but 90 into bottom S. Followed by Graham Franklin in an equally fierce Westfield, but Phil's time 32.35. Now let's see how Graham matches that. He's not quite as quick up to Kennel. S approach was 85. Yeah, I think Phil's a bit quicker. Phil did a 32.35 and Graham has done 34.5. Here's John Goodred's in his 2-litre Caterham. Guess it's Vauxhall powered. Not sure. So 33.66. So he splits Graham and Phil Cook. Now John Bradshaw's car is with a slightly bored out Vauxhall engine, is very quick indeed. So he's really chasing Phil Cook's 32.35. He's 6 miles an hour quicker into bottom S than Phil was. So can he get under the 32nd mark? Ooh, not quite. 30.11. Certainly leads the class, but in the meantime Craig Spooner is going well, but I don't think will match John's 30.11. And Jerry Neary, highly experienced, but again probably not under the... Yeah, Craig Spooner 34.18. Jerry 80 into bottom S. Car not nearly as powerful as Phil's. 2-litre Vauxhall in modified but not frantic form, 35.96. Now here's Bob Penrose in the single-seater 1-litre OMS. We're into the Dews Speed Championship, in which we have 3 runners. I think they do sprints and hill climbs throughout the season in a normal season. Bob 81, bottom S. And then these 2 much modified minis. Bob Penrose's time 34.36. Here's Graham Gonzalez in 1380 Mini, but still with the standard Mini body shape, body shell, whereas the Maguire that follows later I don't think has all that many genuine Mini parts. Maybe the windscreen is Mini. We must ask Derek Kessel. It certainly doesn't sound like a Mini. Some of them have a BMW motorcycle cylinder head. 37.06 for Graham Gonzalez. Derek will be much faster than that. I don't know if it qualifies as a road-going car. I don't think it does. It doesn't need to anyway. 82S approach. Certainly doesn't sound like Granny's standard Mini, does it? It's 34.28, 34.28, so fractionally quicker than Bob Penrose in the single-seater. Now, Becky, here's Phil in the little rinky-dink little Fiat 500. Again, not all that many Fiat parts, although it does look like looks like a mad Fiat 500, but it's powered by a Swift Tune Mini engine. Swifty, you'll have seen racing at Goodwood. He's a wonderful character. Here's the Malik Mark 32 in Medcar 34.23. Andy Burt in the Vauxhall powered rare rear-engined Malik Mark 32. He's got the Radicals to chase. 31.77 for the Malik. Here's the first of our two Radicals in the hands of David Bickley. This is the smaller engine one. Clive Worcester, who follows later, has got another 300cc. So it'll be interesting to compare the times of both cars. Andrew Burt did a 31.77 in the Malik. Dave Bickley done a 31.79, only 200ths slower than Andrew. Now, what can Clive Worcester do in the 1600cc version of the Radical? 93, approaches much quicker than the other two, so this might be in the 20s, not quite, 30.02. Anthony Brown's Audi TT, 2.25 off the start, so definitely four-wheel drive. Pulls him between the S's. To be followed by Jim Collins in this wonderful Beetle 911 concoction. Tony Brown, 34.19 in the Audi. Must be a surprise. He drives it on the road. Must be a surprise to people at the traffic lights to see this innocent little Beetle, and then off it goes, making that lovely 911 sound. He's a great character, Jim, and a great engineer, clearly. On the line is another single-seater, that of Nigel Pitt. 1100cc racing car class. Nigel 2.19, brilliant start. Jim's done a 38.24 in the Magic Beetle. Nigel's going well. S approach at 102, brilliant. 1.1 litre. Suzuki GSRX engine takes Nigel up the hill over the line at exactly 100 miles an hour to record 28.96. Does that get him in the list of quickest times? I don't think it does. Might not get him in the runoff. Meanwhile, Alan Warburton, I think, certainly will. Alan and David, his son, sharing this amazing GR59 built by Sean and David Gould. The record here is held by a Gould, and indeed Sean himself nearly broke the record a couple of weeks ago, but he's sadly not here today. Now, Alan into kennel, 2.16 for the start. Not a hint of a lift at crossing into S's at 117. I was going to say no dramas, but the whole thing is dramatic. 8.01, S sector is quick. 120, 116 over the line. 25.86. Bernard Kewell has got 2.6 litres as opposed to Alan's 1.6. He's got the V8 2.6 litre bike motorcycle-based V8 TKD engine. Not as quick as Alan into bottom S. Not necessarily a bad thing to get it all sorted out and then power through bottom S. 118 gives him a time of 27.78. Couple of seconds behind Alan. Now, Lindsay Summers, this is Mum, sharing with son Alex in this incredible DJ Firestorm with its Cosworth XD engine producing something like 700 horsepower in a car that weighs somewhere around 400 kilos. Lindsay 95, so early braking into bottom S. And then it'll be put fairly hard down, although you wouldn't put it flat on the floor with 700 horsepower. 28.72 for Lindsay, but 132 over the line indicates the potential of that car. So those, well, we've got some more in batch 4, so they won't be coming down the hill. Well, or are they? Well, flags are out, so maybe they are now. Yeah, they're the final runs in batch 3. So the double-driven cars come down the hill and into the shared driver paddock, part of the paddock that's near the start line, and you'll see lots of frantic cushions being swapped, drivers jumping out and driving in, getting strapped in. A number of people put plastic cover over their tires on the way to the start line, and then once they're over the pre-start line, their team peel the plastic off so that you have absolutely clean tires up to the start. There was a very short period when tire warmers, like the F1 people have, were allowed in hill climb, but I think it only lasted a year or two before they were banned. Similarly, when I started serious hill climbing in 1987, silencers were mandatory, and the noise was quite painful. So a lot of people did complain when silencers came in and a maximum noise level was set. But actually, for a lot of people, me included, it was actually made it a much more pleasant experience. Yeah, Roger Palmer sends a message, no more Chateau Impney. Yeah, that is sad. Chateau Impney was a lovely hotel on the outskirts of Droitwich, and a very keen motoring family called the Spollens bought Chateau Impney, and for 4 or 5 years held an annual hill climb there, which was really a Midlands, almost a Midlands Goodwood Festival of Speed. It was a real treat. It was lovely, beautiful setting, and a really interesting entry we had, and I had the privilege of commentating there, which was an annual treat. But sadly, all sorts of things have combined to not only kill the hill climb, but to close the hotel. Message from Shelsley Walsh, still plenty of action to come today, but remember, we will be live streaming again tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Jason Fenley, hi! Jason checking in from Texas and saying fantastic coverage. I don't think we've had anybody sending a message from Texas before, so Jason, welcome. Hope, what would it be mid-morning for you over there? Hope it's not too hot. Right, here we go. And we go, I think, with number 105, which is the Jedi Mark I of Roland Knott. So it's Class I, racing cars over 600cc and up to 1100, all but one with the Suzuki GSRX bike engine, chain drive to the Quaife differential on the back axle, and Roland off the line with 2.31 seconds, going some. Definitely. Now, will it be 90 or so into bottom S? It's 92, yes. That's the line to take through the S's. It gives them an S sector of 9.22, which is pretty good, and gives him a 30.62, which is an excellent time for a 1 litre Jedi. Here's Lee Gallimore in the OMS. Fairly early OMS, 89. Woo! Adventure through the top S, just brushes the bank on the outside, but no harm done. Lee Gallimore's time, 32.71, 99 over the finish. Great, good run. Contrast the much more modern Empire Wraith of Clive Austin with its very advanced aerodynamics. Clive has decided to line up right over on the left-hand side of the start line, hoping that there'll be more grip there. Let's see what his 64-foot time is. Yes, 2.01. So there's clearly a benefit over there. Well done, Clive. .105 bottom S. And it's a 27.63. 27.63. 107 over the line, Clive Austin. Stuart Bickley, another good start, 2.17. And again a Jedi, 1 litre Jedi. Very nicely, brilliant through the S's. 7.99 is extremely quick, neat and tidy. 26.91 might get Stuart into the runoff. Steve Potter, 1 litre OMS. Nice line again through Kennel and Crossing. 100 or so, 101 into bottom S. And again, the perfect line through the S's. Next car is something special. Robert Kenrick's incredible GWR Raptor. Time for Steve Potter, 28.67. Now Robert should be in the 24s. 1 litre BMW bike engine producing, getting on for 200 horsepower, 118 bottom S. Gee whiz. Tucks it tight over the drain cover. Now the foot goes down. There's lots of torque in this engine as well. 25.23, speed 129. I don't know if Robert will be disappointed not to be in the 24s, but he will certainly be in the runoff. Slight change of scene. Sarah Bosworth, 1985 Van Diemen Formula Ford. From a period when Formula Ford was incredibly popular, and the climax was the Formula Ford Championship at Brands Hatch every year, which really, if you won that, you were lined up for a works drive somewhere, including F1 for a number of people. Sarah, 35.48. Charles Williams in another rare Formula Ford car, one of 6 only Formula Fords built by Chevron. Charles's son James looks after gearboxes for the Mercedes Formula One team, so he's a busy lad. Remember, they've had 2 F1 Grand Prix close together, and then next weekend they're off to Sochi in Russia. And at the same time, they're working hard for their 20 2022 car, which of course is a completely new concept altogether. Charles Williams, 35.55. Claire Lightwood in another 1100cc OMS, but flags are being flagged. Why? We don't know. Is there some sweeping to be done? Certainly Charles got safely to the top in 35.55, so we haven't got a car to recover, I don't think. Sometimes dramas happen in the top paddock if someone has difficulty stopping and goes into the sand trap, but I wouldn't have thought that would apply to a Formula Ford. Biohazard 667 production says, damn, the open wheelers are dope. When are the hatchbacks running? Sorry, we like open wheelers and we like hatchbacks. You've missed them. They've been, but there'll be more tomorrow. And Retro Ride says, oh, I didn't know the hotel was closing. Yeah, it is sad. Talking of Chateau Empney, the hotel has closed. So stuck on the line, Claire Lightwood. Slightly hesitant. Couple of attempts to get the thing off the line, 2.72. It's not easy to get a race car off the start line. If you use too many revs, you get lots of wheel spin. If you use too few, it's terribly easy to stall the engine. So you've got to get it just right. Not easy at all. Claire, 71, bottom S. Now we've had Bob Penrose in the OMS, and now we've got Robert Penrose in an OMS. Is it the same person running in two classes? Or is it a pure coincidence? Robert, 69S approach. He's followed by Steve Morgan, having only his second outing this year at the Empire Evo. He was telling me before lunch that when he took off on his first run at the last meeting, he thought, my goodness, this thing's quick, will I ever control it? And of course, that's what happens after a year or so of layoff. You do have to get back into the swing of the thing. But he's going well now at 102 into bottom S. And navigates the S's in 8.53, which is good. So this might well be under 30. It is. It's 28.51. Don't think that's quick enough to get into top 10. Andrew Short on the line. Purple-coloured 1600cc OMS with a carbon fibre tub rather than the space frame. It's quick. It's 107 into bottom S. Wow. This is Andrew. Bit of heavy braking into top S, upsets the car a little bit, but doesn't really. Well, 28.77. I think he'd be slightly disappointed by that. Rob Anscombe is quick, 2.19 off the line. Hardly lifts for Kennel. Ditto at crossing. So 100 and something, 97 into bottom S. Now S sector really is crucial, and it's 9.06, so he's lost a second or so in the S sector, which will have cost him, this is 29.96. Now David Warburton, this is the family battle between Alan, his father, and David in the car now. GR59. What can you say? It's quick. 123. but he gets it safely around bottom S. Absolutely max through top S. 120 something over the finish line, 117, but 24.55. Excellent. Well done, David. What can Tina Hawkes do? Well, I don't think she'll match the 24.55, but she's quick. Husband Nick occasionally commentates here. Good into bottom S at 108 and neatly through the S's. S sector of 8.9, which is good. 27.94. Good run, Tina. 130 over the finishing line. Wow. Who have we got on the line? We've got Simon Andrews. .2.8 V8 engine in the OMS. Producing, I don't know, 450, 500. It's quick. 26.84, but 118. Trevor Willis, multiple champion. Not the most powerful car. This is the 3.2 litre Paddock V8. But 1.89 for the first 64 feet is just stunning. And as usual, Trevor, the perfect line through kennel and crossing 133 into bottom S. Wow. What will it be over the finishing line? Something similar, I would say, but it's in the 23s. 23.48 and 135 over the line. Now then, Alex, can you beat or match that? Well, the start very nearly does. 1.92. 700 or so horsepower in a 400 kilo car. 127 into bottom S sector of 7.56, so not quite as quick as Trevor. 23.52 and exactly the same speed over the line. Talk about a needle match. That is fantastic. Down to earth we come with a bump. Michael Bruff's pretty much standard Mini, Class M1, Mini Cooper S with the correct's the wrong word, but the original 1275cc BMC A series engine. So Michael coming towards the finish. 78 over the line, 38.78. Mike Galleries is much more powerful. So he approaches the bottom S 7 miles an hour faster than Michael Bruff and gets through the S sector 2 seconds, well, second and a half quicker. So this should be about a 36 something or other. It is, it's a 36.83. And Richard Durrant in the TR4A with its detachable hardtop. TR4A, I think it was the TR5 that introduced independent rear suspension in the TR series. TR4A, pretty similar chassis to the original TR2. Bryony Searle takes off in the lovely Elva. We'll just keep an eye on both cars at once if you've got the screen. Triumph over the line in 42.47. Now, what can Bryony do? She's reattached one of the ears on her crash helmet, one of which came adrift at the last meeting, but it was found by a marshal and it's back on again. So Bryony heads for the finish, 34.57. She'll be quite happy with that, I think. Carol Nichols in the Nike Formula Ford, built by her dad down in the West Country. And when I spoke to Carol at Prescott a few weeks ago, that was on a Saturday. On the Sunday, she was going all the way down to Wiscombe Park in Devon. So she's taken in as many hill climb meetings this year as she can possibly get in. And she's followed by Bill Drysdale. Bill is a great character and built this Porsche 904 all by himself in his garage at home. Carol's time, 40 seconds exactly. And the funny thing is, Bill is being approached by various people who want to buy Porsche 904 bodies from him because he's got the molds. Don't tell Porsche. They might claim exclusivity. But Bill's been developing this 904 FF for 4 or 5 years. Was very troublesome to start with, but now he's got the 6-cylinder engine. It's much better. 39.64. He'll be glad to be in the 30s. Meanwhile, Jonathan Bibby in the early Elise S1 going nicely. 77 into bottom S. I hill climbed an Elise here. I wasn't nearly as quick as that. But Ian Stallard on his way in the Elan. So these are the dual-driven cars in the road-going section of the Paul Matty Lotus Championship. Clive Buffy follows Ian in another Lotus Elan. Ian Starlard's time, 31.91. Clive Buffy is on his way. But his is a much more standard Elan. Still got the pop-up headlights, I think, which often one of them refuses to pop up and it keeps winking at you. So a lot of people have converted their Elans to fixed headlights. Yes, Clive. Don't forget this is a handicap. So its handicap is based on your personal best. So if you beat it by a couple of seconds, you've got a chance of scoring lots of points. Clive Buffy, 41.44. End of batch. Some messages. Retro rides again. 130 plus into S's is crazy. Well, if you're sitting watching, it certainly does grab your attention. Biohazard 667 production. Wah! Trevor was beyond impressive, he was. We're competing with Lamore and Santa Pod. They're all on stream this afternoon. So we've got a bit of competition, but Retro Rides again says definitely like to be at Shelsley though. Just 2 meetings committed to this weekend. Yep. Jason Fenley. Was Jason from Texas? I've just discovered Chelsea about 3 months ago. Being an American, I had no idea competitions like this were run. So much more satisfying than drag racing here in the States. Well, drag racing certainly has its excitement, and the speed and the acceleration is just mind-blowing. What's it, 0 to 100 in 1.5 seconds or something? But when it goes wrong, it does go horribly wrong. Some fantastic, lurid accidents there. So anyway, thanks for that, Jason. There was an oval circuit in the States that dated from 1903, and occasionally we used to get messages saying, you're not the oldest, we are. But actually, I don't think they ever had a continuous history of non-stop action for 115 or so years. The only three things that have stopped Shelsley were World War I, World War II, and bloody, excuse my language, COVID-19. We've had an intriguing message from Little Land of Lala. Whether that's from Los Angeles, I don't know, but the message says, "My sister is racing in the next group. Fingers crossed for a PB, personal best for her." Well, yeah, hope so. I wonder who that could possibly be. So, our last two classes are the two halves of the Paul Matty Lotus Championship. We've had the double driven cars from that championship. Sadly, we won't see Tony Wallen because you'll have seen that he went straight on into the recticel at bottom S to the detriment of his front of his car. So let's hope. I think Tony's fine, but the car isn't. So we'll see it next year as immaculate as ever. In the meantime, on the line, John Palmer in this Mark II Elise, but I think still with the Rover K Series engine. I'm not sure of the date of this car. We'll have to have a look at the registration plate, but they only went on to Toyota engines 4 or 5 years ago. And the rumor is that there's a new Elise on the drawing board and to be announced relatively soon. But of course the next new Lotus is the incredible Evija, which is the electric supercar, and if you've got a handy 2 million quid, you can buy one. John Palmer, 36.92. Pete Bottrell, good start in 2.75 in this hardtop yellow Elan. Both the Elise and the Elan were such light cars. I think the Elan clocked in at about 850 kilos. So with the little twin cam engine, gave plenty of power. And a time for Pete of 37 seconds exactly. Steve Millwood in another hardtop Elan. Could be a bit quicker than Pete, I'm not sure. They're very much nip and tuck, these two, as is Richard Swindoll in his soft top version with the hood up. Steve into bottom S, 77, exactly the same as Pete. So Pete's time was 37 seconds exactly. Steve coming up, I think, will be a smidge quicker than that. Whew, no, 37.05. 5 hundredths behind Pete Bottrell. I said they were nip and tuck. Richard Swindoll, here he is in his soft top Elan, but running with the hood up. Richard all the way down from Glasgow. I think this car's done something like 200,000 miles. It's been well used, but it's always immaculate. Cars thrive on high mileage. 37.54 is fractionally slower than Pete and Steve. Mark I Elise of Jonathan Bibby. Bodywork rather reminiscent of the Lotus 23, two of which you'll see in the next lot. And this is the early Elise, definitely with the Lotus, with the Rover K Series engine, which was a good, nice lightweight engine. Got a bad reputation for blowing its head gaskets, but if you sorted the cooling out correctly, they were pretty reliable. Jeff Stallard, his Elan is much modified, very quick. Jonathan's done a 38.07. How will Jeff compare with the Steve Millwood and Richards and Pete Bottrell time? Well, he's facing a 37 seconds exactly. He's quicker into the bottom S, so this might well be in the 35s, 36s. We shall see. It's even better, it's a 34.21. So the battle of the Elans goes so far to Jeff Stallard. Karen Buff is much more standard trim. She's the last runner in the road going class. And we come to the single-seaters, of the racing car versions. That's Sports Libra and racing cars, with Kenny Lewis in the Lotus 61 MX. But meanwhile, Karen Buffy heads for the finish in the very much standard Elan. She's having fun, and it's a 44.99. Lewis in the classic black and gold cigarette colours of the wedge-shaped Lotus, reminding us of the Lotus 72 Grand Prix car. But here's David Giddon in the Lotus 23 Sports Racer. When Jim Clark first raced one of these at the Nürburgring, he came around at the end of the first lap many seconds ahead of the works Ferraris. They couldn't believe the speed of this little car. Kenny Lewis 32.35 in the 61, and David Giddon has finished in 34.07. Here's Steve Palmer in the Formula Ford version of the Lotus 51. Lotus made hundreds of these, and then the 61 was the last Formula Ford, last really series production racing car that Lotus made. Time for Stephen Palmer, 34 seconds exactly. Here's the other Lotus 23B, that one of Keith Wilford. Such an elegant, effective car. Hundreds made, well, about 35.91. Brian Meddings is quick in the Formula 2 Lotus 35 with its 1700cc twin cam engine. Amazing to have 3 Lotus 35s in this class, because they were not all that many of them were made. June Mattis off the line, and a good start for June 2.11. Brian Meddings 35.91. June into bottom S at 82. Here comes Paul in another Lotus 35. If you're interested in buying a used Lotus, you couldn't do better than to visit Paul in Bronx. Got lots of lovely stock, and he knows what he's doing, and he looks after the cars as well. So June finishes with 33.74. Paul, not as quick into bottom S as June. 33.78. So Paul's doing the washing up. June is quicker today. Here's Sarah Thorne, another husband and wife battle. And Sarah desperately hoping that her runs today beat her handicap by enough to give her the championship. We shall find out. I'll try and ask one of the gang to bring us the final results in the championship before the end of the meeting, if they'd be so kind. Sarah heads for the finish, 32.46. I think that's fractionally quicker than her first run. Now what can Malcolm do? Malcolm wasn't as quick as Sarah last time. Malcolm got best time of day at Chateau Impney last year, the last meeting at Chateau Impney, which was a thrill for him and for us. It was great. Now, can Malcolm beat 32.46? The answer is no, 33.46. So, Sarah will be smiling in the top paddock. Last runner, Anthony Shute, last runner in this class anyway, Anthony Shute in the lovely Lotus 69 that he built up himself. It's immaculate and it's quick. And quick enough to give him a 31.29. Is that fastest on scratch? I think it possibly is. I don't think one of the Elans was quicker than that. I can tell you who is running in our top 10 runoff, which will take place when those Lotuses come back down the hill. And if you want to make a note, grab a pen. So it'll be kicked off by number 702, Lindsay Summers. And then she will come back down the hill straight away because, of course, she'll hand the car over to her son, Alex, who will be the last runner in the top 10. She's followed by Bernard Kevel, and I think he will come. Will he come down as well? Is he sharing with Simon Andrews? Yes, he is. So that's another double-driven car. So Lindsay and Bernard will come straight back down the hill. Then next up will be Alan Warburton, and that's another double-driven car. So those three cars will come back down the hill because David Warburton was third quickest. Then Clive Austin, he'll be pleased to be in the top 10. Did a great run. Stuart Bickley, number 109. Simon Andrews, yep, sharing with Bernard Kevel. Then, of course, Robert Kenrick in the fantastic Raptor with its 1-litre BMW engine. He was, I think, was his first run in the 24s? His second run, I think, was in the 25s. Then David Warburton. And our last two runners, who were within millimetres of each other on their last run, Trevor Willis and Alex Summers. So that's a needle match. Well, it's needle matches all the way down through, but the climax of the meeting, I think, will be a needle match between multiple champion Trevor Willis and one-time champion 2 or 3 years ago, Alex Summers. When I say champion, I mean British hill climb champion, which is an annual championship. 26 rounds, takes place all over the UK, goes to Northern Ireland, goes to the Channel Islands, and it's fiercely competed, and it's a great honour to win the championship. The following year, you get the number one on your car the whole season. So you can see that Alex has got number 2, so he came second in the championship last year. Trevor came 5th. I don't think Trevor did every round. And David Warburton came 10th. Robert Kenrick came 9th. So they all were high scorers in the British Hill Climb Championship. We've had another message from Little Land of Lala. Bryony Milner. It's her first season. That's my sister. She's doing so well. Well done, Bryony. She is. Final message from Retro Rides TV. Time to go and put the dinner on. Thanks to all the marshals. We echo that, and support staff. Thanks to Al and the team for the stream. See you tomorrow for more. Thanks for that. So everybody's back in the paddock. First runner will be Lindsay Summers in the incredible DJ Firestorm. Which is being wheeled out by the team onto the pre-start line. Lindsay on board. They haven't put plastic covers on the front tyres. It's pretty clean today between the double-driven paddock and the start line, so probably not necessary. Lindsay does 3 spin-ups to get the rear tyres hot and clean. There's been a tyre battle for the last 2 years. Pirelli came in to compete with Avon and have done a good job. So Lindsay waiting for the green light. Visor comes down. 2.06, brilliant. Bit of a lift at Kennel, and who can blame her? Nicely around crossing, and 101 into bottom S. Got the clock recording the time on the screen. Through the S sector at 9.19 to record at 28.1. 28.1. She's followed by Bernard Kevel. Bernard in the OMS 28 with its TKD V8 engine, 2.6 litres, producing plenty of power in a very light car. Carbon fiber tub, of course. Maybe not so much downforce as the advanced aerodynamics of the Gould, but into bottom S at 107. Now foot hard down, well over 100 miles an hour over the finishing line. 118. Lindsay was 139. Wow, didn't notice that before. 139 over the line. Now it's Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59. Much smaller engine. One. So this is the 1.6 stretched Hayabusa. 1.94, under 2 seconds. Excellent start by Alan. Didn't lift at all for crossing. 118 into bottom S. Over the line at what, 120? 115, 25.8. So quicker than Lindsay and Bernard. 25.8 for Alan Warburton. Those 3 cars will come down the hill, and quickly the drivers will jump out and the co-drivers will jump in. But no need for red flags and whistles. Next up will be Clive Austin, having a great day in the Empire Wraith. Clive very kindly allowed me to drive his McLaren up Prescott last year, which was a treat. And fair exchange, I took him for a flight in my 52-year-old wooden airplane, which I think he enjoyed. Okay, we're waiting for Clive Austin to bring the Empire Wraith up to the start line, complete with its American fringe on the back wing. Massive downforce from as low as 40 or so miles an hour. Again, Clive lines up right over on the left-hand side. He's decided that's where the grip is today. Often when it's a wet day, people do that because there's less rubber over that side, so on a wet track you get much more grip where Clive is lined up. Brilliant start, 1.94, exactly the same as Alan Warburton. And 109 into bottom S. Let's see what the S sector is, because that's always an interesting gauge. 8.28 is pretty good. 3 gear changes or so, and 27.43. With a speed over the line of 107. I think Clive might be slightly disappointed with that. Here's Stuart Bickley. Stuart in the little Jedi. Is not hanging around for a little 1 litre, taking a perfect line through the bottom corners of the hill. And 109 is quick into bottom S. Little car, so it's easier fractionally to thread it through the left and right handers of the S's. It's a 27.25, so fractionally quicker than Clive. Puts him into 3rd place. Who is next? Simon Andrews, I think, is due to come next. So we're looking for a white car to emerge from the dual-driven paddock. I think I can see the car waiting to come out. I don't think Simon has got his crash helmet on yet. Team plug the starter into the back of the car. Not many pure race cars have onboard self-starters. Or some of them, they all have self-starters, but they don't carry a big heavy battery. So you have a plug-in battery. Right. The engine is started. The team with the car to the pre-start line. Simon Andrews, a couple of tire warming, I won't say burnout, but spin up. His partner Bernard did a 27.2. I think Simon will be a bit quicker. It's a bit cooler on the track at the moment with the sun having gone behind the trees, so maybe there isn't as much grip as when the sun is shining bright, but we'll see. 8.5 for the S sector and 114 into bottom S, so a 26.98 for Simon puts him in second place. 26.98, 119 over the line. And David Warburton quickly brings the GR59 up to the line. He's following the Clive Austin idea of lining up well over on the left-hand side of the start line. His dad is leading currently. Alan is the top of the tree so far with a 25.8. I'm not sure why we're missing David Warburton on the screen. But he's off the line in exactly 2 seconds. Bit quicker than Alan at the moment. 123 into bottom S. Yeah, this will probably be our quickest run so far. 7.48 through the S's. This will be in the 24s. 24.67 puts David in the lead. Fantastic. What can Trevor do about that? Well, he did 133 into bottom S last time, which not many people have been quicker than that. So 24.67 to beat. .84, fantastic. Launch control working really well. No lift at Kennel. Hurls it round, crossing into bottom S at 136. Gee whiz. And through the S's at 7.15. That is just fantastic. This will be in the 23s. It is in the low 23s. A 23.29 for Trevor Willis. That's thrown down the gauntlet to Alex. Alex has got more power, probably a greater power to weight ratio. Trevor has got the familiarity with the car. He's raced that car for quite a few years, won the championship with it 3 times. Now then, Alex not quite so quick off the line, 1.93. .137, even quicker into bottom S. Trevor did 7.15, Alex 7.48. Can he beat 23.29? Not quite. 23.34, 139 miles an hour. Told you it'd be a needle match. So, top 10, won by Trevor Willis with 23.29, followed by Alex Summers, 23.34. Third, David Warburton, 24.67. Fifth, Alan Warburton, 25.8. Fifth, Simon Andrews, 26.98. Seventh, Bernard Kevel, 27.22. Seventh, Stuart Bickley, 27.25. Eighth, Clive Austin, 27.43. Ninth, Lindsay Summers. And what's happened to Robert Kenrick? it looks as if Robert has decided not to run. So, another fantastic day at Shelsley Walsh. Thank you for watching, whether you're here in person or whether you're staring at a screen. It's been great to have your company. Thank you, as always, to our marshals for the work they've done. Absolutely tireless. Our start line marshals are still waiting there, but I don't think Robert is going to run. So that's the end of today's meeting. Don't forget that it's all going to happen again tomorrow with many of the same cars again, but some new cars that we haven't seen today, including the Ferrari Championship. So lots to look forward to, and we will start again tomorrow afternoon, probably about the same time as today. Today we started at 1:30 after lunch. We will probably do the same UK time tomorrow. Meanwhile, whether you're in the United Kingdom or in Indonesia or in Moscow or in Minnesota or Texas or Germany or Austria, thanks for watching. Talk to you again tomorrow.
You've never seen anything like it. Back into the road, coming out of town. Round the pole left Paddock. What's the car driving? Absolutely wonderful, and Junior's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124. Round of applause. And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Chelsea.